Starting the recording now. And hash set right here, we'll talk about it. Hash map. If we have the time, I'll show you the iterator. Really not needed, but interview questions sometimes come from here. So it's good to know the word, know how it works. You really don't have to show them how it works. Just have to make them feel that you've seen them and you may have randomly used them in the past. That's all. These are the examples that I'm going to go over in the class today with you, with one of these examples that basically create a one of the quizzes, that bonus question that we have for the homework. And these code snippets are coming from the last session that I had with my other students. I have posted it in here. So you're welcome to go in and create classes like the two-dimensional array. And this is what I covered. Collections. This is what I covered. For linked list, that's what I went over. Hash set, hash map, iterator, and did an example, excuse me, which was building a quiz right here. So the bonus question and this one is the same thing. So you could use this as an example for your homework for the bonus question as well. By the way, all of this is an example for all of the homeworks that are there. So if you really study, spend the time on this page, I promise you, you really don't need any help from anybody to be able to do your homework. There are extra practice over here. If you click on these links, it's going to take you to another page. And there's a lot of questions here that you can practice. Really don't need to, but if you get bored, do it. I think I posted some interview questions here. You can click on this link and it will take you there on some interview questions. But really don't worry about some of those questions that are really tough questions. They don't ask those tough questions. As long as you know how to use these methods and tricks, you're good to go. Your questions are mostly going to be from Selenium, and you're going to be using some of these skills in Selenium. So the whole interview is going to be more like a holistic thing, and you are still not ready for the interview. So just don't panic, take one day at a time. This is all we're going to focus today. So let me start off here with the Eclipse. We're going to create a package. We're going to start with new packet, new project. And in this Java project, we're going to call this Arrays and Collections. I think I may have already had one. Yeah, looks like before the holiday I did a project called Arrays and Collections. I don't want to have a duplicate. Here's the class practice. Then I had these two classes. Let's see what I had. The two-dimensional, one-dimensional array. Okay, let me just start off from where we left off. Okay. Here's what we kind of left off, but let me do a little bit of a spiral review to see where you are. I don't want to just throw you completely off. So somebody tell me, what is the purpose of arrays and collections? Why do we need arrays and collections? What are they used for?
To create a database?
Create a database, correct. Or in other words, to put it, to store multiple data, meaning more than one piece of data under the same variable name. Okay? More data, lots of data, but you don't want to have multiple storage containers. You just want to have one variable, one cabinet. Basically, you're trying to put like your dinner plates, your cups, and then you got your glasses and champagne glasses, and your pots and pans, everything inside one cabinet. And that's the whole idea of arrays and collections. Store multiple data. Now, we talked about there's two types. One is called arrays, and we've seen arrays, which the way we wrote the array was the syntax was you give it a data type, let's say string, and then in the past, how would we store something? We would say string and then call it a name and then put an equal sign and then have some sort of data in there, like let's say Stein. I put my name Stein inside this variable called name. But what if I wanted to have more? I also wanted to store Stanley in there. Well, I won't be able to do it here like that. But what I could do, I could make this into a cabinet that stores a lot more than just one piece of item. And for that, we used a symbol. Who remembers the symbol? Array symbol.
Angle bracket.
Not
So
angle
now,
bracket. You're close.
That is the
square bracket. Square bracket.
square bracket.
Square bracket right there. So if you use a square bracket here, open, close, don't write anything in it, and then you use curly braces here to separate them and close them out, what happens is Java takes these two and recognizes that there's two items in here. And by looking at these brackets here, he thinks he makes a judgment that, okay, you're gonna need two shelves and you're gonna store one shelf with Stein and the other one is gonna have Stanley, and it's gonna have a two spot open under the same variable called name. Okay, that's all there was to it. And then we talked about the two-dimensional, which was if you wanted two sets of data, then you can put two of these side by side. Then Java knows, hey, I need two separate sets, and you can call it name and age. Okay, and then you can have curly braces like that, and inside this curly brace, you can have a separate two sets of curly braces. Here's a set 1 and here's a set 2, and inside set 1 you can have data such as this bottom one is an example right here. We had names right here, Stein, Raju, Chisti, and then we had ages or something else in here in two separate sets, and that's also going to get stored. Okay, what was the drawback of this arrays? What was the problem with this that we talked about? Limitations. It's limited to fixed number of data. Meaning, when you create this storage and you put stuff in that storage, you are okay to replace it, or but you can replace this data, but you are unable to add one more later down the road. You have to come back to this line and then add it here. But if you went down here or somewhere else and you said, okay, I want to add one more to this list of data, you won't be able to add it. You have to come actually here and then go put that over here and then say parting. So that's the limitation of this, is that the only way you can add or delete data is you have to come back to the source, and that's it. But with others like collections, no limit and expandable memory. Okay, this is going to be in the interview question. Trying to understand if you understand the difference. So under the collections, it's going to be you can do a lot of things with it. There's a lot of magic spells that come with it, and there's no limit, and you can add or delete or clear anytime, and that's what I'm going to show you today. Now, several things that we talked about we'll cover is array list, linked list. One second, let me count down the kids. Hey, I'm teaching right here. It's a linked list, and then what was that hash set? Let me double check. Hash set and hash map. Set and hash map. Now there's a lot more than these four that I'm going to show you, but you're really never going to need to know or use anything else other than this. I have not, in fact, even used hash set. I do use hash map, array list mostly. So yeah, if you know four of these, you're good to go. Also, from the interview perspective, they're not going to ask you anything more than what you're seeing here. And now these are people created. Okay. What does that mean? That means this capital A is going to be your hint that it is actually a class name. That means somebody created a class like that, just like I created this class called concept two-dimensional array. Someone created a class called array list. And in that class, that someone wrote a few things that we can use to store data. So all of these classes, and notice they're classes. So therefore, this is not a system built in. However, arrays are system built in, and you have to import the array. I don't know if you remember. Okay, let's not go there. But what you will notice that you don't have to instantiate this class for array, but for all of these, you have to instantiate a class. What do I mean by that? Who can tell me, how did we use scanner?
With new keyword.
Correct. So how did we write the whole sentence, whole statement of even just to use the scanner, what did we have to write?
Actually, it should be a scanner, then the scanner name equals new scanner, then system.in.
Correct. System dot in, like that.
Yes.
Okay, and then
you have to click under the scanner, which is underlined by red mark, then
yeah.
it will give the solution.
Okay.
Yeah, the first one.
Very good, Chisti. Thank you. So what happened is we had to create a new scanner class within our page, and we had to store this new scanner class with a variable called scanner. I mean, we don't have to have this variable called scanner name. We could call it reader. We could call
We
it
can do it anything,
user
any name.
input. Huh?
We can write any name to
Any
give
name.
them name.
Any name. But this is the name that we're going to refer because all the power is going to be vested on this guy. And what is going to be vested? A new scanner pages all the methods and magic spells that's there is going to be vested into this guy and temporarily stored in a cabinet called scanner. Okay. And then we can start using this guy to do whatever we want. And of course, we had to import this because right now it doesn't get anything, but with this import statement, and you saw this import util scanner, this creates a direct connection to that scanner class. And in fact, if I use my control button in my computer, in my keyboard, if I press and hold it, and if I hover over this scanner, notice it becomes blue. Right now I'm holding my control button. And if I don't hold my control button and hover over it, nothing happens. But if I press and hold the control button and hover over it, becomes blue, it actually gives me a link, meaning I can click on this and really go to that source code. And here it is. This is the code that whoever wrote this many years back, maybe 20 years back. And this is the class. Look at this, his class name. There's his class name. Scanner. Of course, he has a few more things in here that which I'm going to teach you tomorrow. And then a lot of, look at these, has these variables names. Whole bunch of variables. And then he goes into lots of methods and stuff that does things. You don't have to understand any of it. In fact, I don't understand any of it. So as long as you're able to use what this engineer wrote, you're good to go. So that's exactly what you have to do for all of these array lists, linked list, hash set, and hash map. Okay, you have to create, you have to instantiate that class. Okay, that's called, the word is called instantiate the class. So I will show you in just a second how to do that. But let me, before I go any farther, let me finish up this two-dimensional array. There was a few things that I missed. I think I skipped on nested loop to print this out. So let's go there. Let's do it again. All right. I am just going to delete this piece. Bring this in here. Leave it there. I don't really need it. And pick up an example to do two-dimensional arrays from here. Here it is. I'll just take up to here. So that's what we're going to work on. I'll show you how to do this. This fun. All right. So it's asking me store 4 names and 3 ages in two-dimensional array. Print any specific element from the array. Display the length of the first and the second dimension of the array. And display all the elements of the two-dimensional array. So let's begin. Here, you tell me, how am I going to store names and ages? We did this one before the holiday. So help me out.
String.
String, very good.
Then square bracket, two square
job.
bracket.
And square bracket, good job. Because it's two-dimensional, we had it in two sets of square brackets.
equals
Is there a three-dimensional array? No,
No.
there is no
No.
such thing as three-dimensional array. It stops right here. And then you give it a name. What do you want to call it?
It's a name and age that we did earlier.
Yeah, name and age is good. Okay. Now equal sign, then what?
curly brace.
Curly braces. Well, we're gonna have two curly braces like this, right?
Yes.
But also
Enclosed
you
in
wanna,
another curly brace.
and you wanna
Enclosed in another curly brace.
exactly enclose that whole thing in another
Yes.
curly, so that Java understands better. I'm gonna press Control Shift F. No, was it L? Control Shift L. Yeah, Control Shift L to make it space it nicely. Otherwise, it's very hard to see on the eye. First set, we can use all the names.
Names.
Yeah. So let's start with Chisti, Raju, Loretta. Okay. And I'm going to cross this off because I need more space. And then second set right here, we can maybe have their, I don't know, the day they were born. So, Chisti, what day were you born?
24.
I'm sorry?
July 24.
24? Okay, so we'll say 24.
Yep.
And am I going to put 24 because it's a number without the...
No, it will not accept because this is integer. So we have to make it the string. So we need to have the parenthesis. I mean colon.
quotations?
Yeah,
Double.
double quotations.
Yes, you are correct. Because there's a limitations of array. If you say string, everything has to be in string. Now, if you had it in int, like that, then everything has to be in non-quotation. You cannot have two separate sets. You can't have a string as a set and int as a separate set in arrays. But you can have that in hash map, which I'm going to show you in a couple of hours. So that you will notice that is a limitation. Therefore, even though it's the date, it's a number, the day he was born, but it still has to be in quotation and use it as a string. Will I be able to convert this into an int and do some mathematical operations later? Sure, there is a way to do that, but you just can't store it in here like that. And Raju, what day were you?
January 15.
So we'll just say 15, and Loretta is 20. If I don't remember this, I'm in the big trouble. Control Shift F. Yeah, there you go. All right, so now we have this stored. What's happening is Java just created a, there you go, my pen just, it works in another page. It doesn't want to come on top of this. Okay, let me pull this somewhere. One second. What's the deal? Okay. It's found a way around this. It just doesn't want to work on Eclipse for some reason. And this is the latest Eclipse. I never had this problem with my previous class. Maybe I need to set it all right on top of it. See, even before the class start, I just double check making sure it works or not. It was working just fine. Okay, 1 second. It's funny, it works on the other screen. Let me share the other screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
It works on this screen. There you go. Can't explain it. Anyway, so first, Java takes this whole thing and this whole thing and uses this first symbol to call this a number here, 0, and calls this a 1. Okay? And then takes this symbol to use for this and for this. So then it divides this whole thing and notices that there's 3 pieces of items, and there can be, this doesn't have to match. You can have 3 here, 4 things here. Not a problem at all. And then assigns this number 0, 1, and 2, and then 0, 1, and 2 as the index. Okay? So with that information, we're going to be able to print any specific element from the array. So if I wanted to print out the name of Raju, Stanley, can you tell me what would be my index sequence for printing out Raju? And you're going to have to give me 2 index like this. Stanley may be working. How about Chisti? How would
It's
I print
0,
out?
1.
It will be
0, 1.
0, correct? Because we want to stay here first. That's our level 1. This is our level 1 index. And level 2 index is that 1. So that will be 1. Let's do a few more, then we'll clear this up right here. So let's print a few specific ones. In that case, what I would do is system out or sysout. And in sysout, I would take this name and ages, copy that in here, and we're going to specify which particular one. We say 0 and 1. And if I print this out, run it, and there we have it. We got Raju right here. And if I wanted to, Raju, if I wanted to print out this 20 right here, what will be my sequence? Unmute yourself, guys, and talk to me.
2 and 1.
2 and 1, are you sure?
And 1 and 2, right?
Yeah, 1 and 2.
1 and 2.
Because this is 0. And then
0
this
and
is
2.
1. Correct. So we don't have a 2. In fact, if I did a 2, I'll show you. Let's just do 1. And
Actually, can you show the table? Can you draw the table? That would be actually easier for us to understand.
yes,
Because
but
previously,
I think
what we
Casey is 1, 0. Raju is 1, and Loretta should be 2. Yeah.
Right. Okay. And no, no. I mean, obviously the table is easier, but are you gonna be drawing a table when you go work for somebody?
Yeah.
No, it's gonna, you have to like really eyeball it and be able to tell it right there. That's gonna make it faster. But yeah, I'll give you a table for a little bit. So here's the
Actually,
table. This is your,
I was thinking about a vertical table, but you were actually asking about a horizontal table. That is why actually the confusion arises.
oh, I see. But either way, I mean, if I draw it vertically, it would still be the same. I would just put Chisti on the top shelf, Raju, and then, and then this whole thing is gonna be zero, like
No,
cabinets.
no, no, no. In that case, Chishti will be 0, Raju will be 1, and Loretta will be 2.
No, no, no. This is level one. So this whole shelf is level one, which is zero, and then this whole shelf is one.
Okay.
That's your first
Previously,
bracket. That's your first bracket. You have to first, on your first bracket, you have to decide which set of data you want to go to. Okay, it's kind of like, think of this as this is Grapevine right here. Okay, this is Grapevine and this is Irving. So when you want to go to somebody's house, first you want to know which city you want to go to. You want to go to Grapevine first, or do you want to go to Irving? So because we wanted this 20, we needed to go to Irving, and the index for Irving was a 1. Once we go to Irving, then we have 3 houses. And in Irving, the first house is a 0, second house is a 1, and then third house is a 2. And that will be your next set of bracket. And you would choose that particular, which is a 2, for that specific house. So always remember that first number is which city you want to go to. And then second number is which house in that city you want to go to. Make sense?
previously, actually, what you showed that the names are coming vertically, one by one. That means first Chisti, then under that Raju, under that Loretta. Okay, and the ages come beside that, the second column. Now you are drawing 3 column, but previously you drew actually 2 column. Now you're showing 2 rows, but previously our rows increased actually.
Possible, and I'm sorry if I created any confusion, but is it clear now that this first set and
That
second
is clear.
set? Okay.
Mhm.
So let's do this. Let's practice a little bit and clear this out. And just forget if I did teach you in a different way, just kind of wash that off. Learn this one. So your first bracket, this would be 0, this would be 1. And that's what you're trying to go to, is which set of data that you want to go to. Your second brackets is where you go deep, dive inside, and you go deep into the data. And very first one is going to be the 0, the 1, and the 2. Same thing right here. Repeat that 0, 1, and a 2. All right. So let's do this now. Loretta, give me print Chisti for me.
South 0.
0,
0.
0, 0. Do you all see that?
Yeah,
Agree, disagree?
yeah, we agree. I
Okay.
agree totally.
Cool. Raju, give me one. Give me print 24.
One and 0.
Let me just do it in here instead of messing it up. 1 and 0, run it. Correct. All right, Stanley, give me one. Print 15 for me.
It's 1 and 1.
1 and 1. Okay, sounds like you all got this. Cool. All right, moving on. Next is display the length of the first and the second dimension of the array. Now, length is, let's take a look at this. Because it is a multi-dimensional array, first of all, there's two things going on. Actually, three things going on. And let's make it more interesting here. I'm going to add another name, my name, or Pervin. Notice this is allowed. You can have 4 names in one set and 3 numbers or 3 sets of data in the second set. There is no limitations on how many you can have, as many as you like to, and they don't even have to match as far as how many numbers of data you want to store, which is a great thing about this arrays. But as far as length goes, that depends, because there's a lot of things going on here. If you ask me what is the length, if I ask you what is the length of this entire thing, what are you going to say?
Other length should be 2.
Correct. Good job. Because there's 2 sets. Because there's a set 1 and set 2. Obviously, Java is going to call it a 0 and a 1. But how many pieces are there? There's actually 2 pieces out there. So if I'm looking for the length of this piece, this whole thing, then the answer is going to be, the length is going to be 2. That means there's 2 sets of data. That's one thing. Okay? If I ask you how many pieces of data in this first set, what are you going to say? What's the length of the first set?
It's 4.
It's 4. Correct. Which is not the same as if I ask you what is the length of the second set. What are you going to say?
3.
3. Okay. So you need to be able to actually figure that out and know which set and what length you are really looking for you to be able to use this display first and second dimension of array using a for loop. So that is the very first step. Now let's try to play around and see how we're going to print this out and if it really makes any sense. Display the length. All right. So if you just say this name
Dot
and
length.
age and put a dot, obviously you get all these magic spells you can do. And one of the magic spell you're going to see is called length. And if you use that, it's going to give you a length. You want to take a guess? What do you think this is going to print out?
It will print out 2.
It will print out 2. Right there. That's correct. Because you did not specify anything deep inside it, and therefore it really doesn't care about how many pieces of data inside, but it's telling you that particular piece has a length of 2, meaning there's 2 sets of data. With me so far?
Yeah.
Any questions so far? Okay. Now, didn't we say that our first bracket right here, when we give the name of the array and our first bracket, not the second one, the second one goes deep diving inside on these pieces of data. But the first one really says which set, the number of the set. Here's the first set, which is 0. And the second set is a 1. So if I wanted to find the length of the first set, I can just use this 0 right here, which is Grapevine, and it will be able to tell me how many houses Grapevine has. If I wanted to know how many houses are in Irving, I could just take that Irving's number, put it on that first set of address, and then be able to get that. Make sense? With that idea, if I print this, if I write it like this, so I got this, first one was a length and no specification of which city I want to print. The second one, let me delete that first so you can see better. I could actually put a city coordinate, which if I want Grapevine, which is 0, and now I don't even need to put another set of index because I don't want what's inside that index. I just want to know names and age 0, meaning go to the set and just immediately put a dot, and it's going to give me that option of doing let. If I print this out, Java is going to look at the 0, the first set. It's going to go to the first set and look at the length right here, which is a 4, and print it out right here. Make sense?
Yeah.
Any question?
So if we put name and age dot length, then a square bracket within the square bracket 0, then what will happen? Just length comes before square bracket. Then will it make any sense?
Yeah, I didn't want to go there, but yes. What if you go deeper? You also want to go inside the house. And if I say 0, that's Chisti. It's going to go inside the house and count Chisti, his wife, and all the kids, and then tell you how many that is. It's throwing an error. Let me see. Yeah, there you go. Run it. 6. Family household. What that means? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Got it?
Yeah.
But you're not going to need that for this class.
Okay. So I'm asking that if you type the dot length, then a square bracket within the square bracket 0. So what will happen?
Meaning after you write dot length, then you put the square bracket?
Yes. Yes.
It's gonna
So
give you an error. Length is a function of this name and ages. So you have to specify this index with that name and ages that you created right here. Those indices cannot be applied to anything that you have not created. So moving on, don't need that. We don't need that details. We just need to know what's our first set length. And we got that. And our second set length, so we got 4 as our first set length. And second set length, all we have to do is change that number to
1.
1. Print it out. And there we got our second set length. Any question? So 3 lengths going on. First length giving us how many sets there are, with an index of 0 giving us the length of the first set, with an index of 1 giving us the length of the second set. You need to know that for you to be able to use this nested loop. Will you ever be using this nested loop in your test automation? No. But will the recruiter ask you question to see if you are an advanced Java guy? Yes. So if you don't answer this question properly or be able to explain it over the phone, they will think that you're not an advanced Java guy. So that's why I want to show you, explain the logic to you. If you want to practice it, that's great. Learn it. If you don't, at least be able to say it that I know how to do this. Okay, now I can't just print out everything that's inside this list of 2 sets of data as easy as you think. I can't just say names and ages. Look what happens. Print, I get this weird thing. Print it out. So I can't. Now I know I can't print out one at a time, but if I wanted to print everything that's inside, goodness gracious, I have to have like how many lines? This one line printed one name. Second line is going to print this one. So 1, 2, there's 7 data. Am I going to have like 7 lines of these? And then if there's more, then I'm going to have more of these. Well, that's not efficient. And also, how in the world do I even know that there's 7 sets of data? Well, it might be 7 today. What if somebody, a developer, comes in and then they add another piece of data in here? Then what? Well, I didn't have 7 lines. First, I had 7 lines, and then now there's 8 data. I have no idea somebody changed it to 8. Guess what? That data will not get printed out. So this is a hard coding way of printing out data, which is not a good thing to do. However, there is a dynamic way of printing out this data without even knowing exactly what the size of the array is. And that is the best way to print out this data. And that's what this nested for loop is going to do for you. What does nested mean? Nested is like the definition of nested is one same thing inside one another. Okay? It's like if I put a Stein inside Stein's belly, then that will be called nested Stein. So same thing inside another. We're going to do that with a for loop. That means we're going to have 2 for loops. We're going to take one and put it inside another. All right? And here's how it's going to be. So here's that for loop. You've done this before. Open, close, and bring that down. Okay? You're going to have another one right here. So immediately you just write another one for open, close, get your cursor back inside the curly braces, hit an enter, bring it down here. This is your nested for loop. Recruiter will ask you about what is nested, or how do we question like this? How are you gonna print out 2-dimensional arrays? Your answer is gonna be with 2 nested for loops. That will be your first answer. And then if they poke you deeper, then you go deeper into it, which I'll show you right now. Let's look at the first for loop right here. Let's go in here. You know that I told you that 90% what you're going to write in here, you can close your eyes and write. And 10%, you have to use your brain. So let's do that 90%. Somebody tell me what I'm going to write here. That 90%. It's always going to be the same.
In for
I
loop,
equals to 0.
Int
Integer I
equals
equals to 0.
0. And then semicolon. Then next step is what?
I is smaller than certain number.
Certain number. And that's that 10%. I'm going to leave it blank right here. We'll come back to it later for the bad boy. Don't go there
I
yet.
plus
And then I plus
Plus,
plus 90%. Close your eyes. You're done. Here's that 10%. So this 10% is where you're going to use your engineering brain. What is that 10%? Well, we want to make sure that we kind of rotate Java. We're going to have Java first jump in here, this whole thing. And we want to specify to Java how many sets there are. Okay? So we want to let Java know how many sets first. Therefore, we have to give Java a length to decide how many sets that is. We know that this is a 2 sets, 0 and a 1. So we have to specify a length that's going to give me that number, which is a set of 2. Okay, so the first for loop, we want to just first to take Java to this first set from that out of 2, and then second set of that 2. That will be our first for loop. Revolution. We want it to revolve twice. Second for loop, once we've done the first for loop of going to this first place, this grapevine, we want Java to loop around, go 4 times. Go to Chisti's house first, then Raju, then Loretta, and then the Pervin. So we want that for loop to rotate 4 times when he goes to Grapevine, but only rotate 3 times or go to only 3 houses when he goes to Irving location. Okay? Just keep that in mind first. Now let's take a look at how we're going to design this. So here we got that first for loop right here. This for loop is only going to define the city, not the houses. So somebody tell me, what do I put with this name and ages that will only give me the length of the city? How many cities there are? How many sets of data there are?
2.
dot
I'm
length.
just gonna put dot length, correct. You don't even have to specify any number right here. You're just saying name and age is like United States. How many cities are there? Just give me the length of how many cities, and that's gonna give you the number 2. Tomorrow it could be 3 or 4, but you're not hard coding data. You left it like this. That means this will change as that changes. You don't ever have to touch your method. It will do its thing all the time. Why is Control Shift F not working on mine? Hang on. Control Shift, or was it L? 2 weeks of gap and I forgot. Or is it my pen tool messing me up? It's really messing me up. Anyway, you with me so far?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is gonna be a 2. That means I is gonna be a 0 first, then it's gonna be a 1. It's gonna rotate one time with a 0, and then second time with a 1. And then when it reaches the third time with a 2, the logic says I less than name and ages. Name and ages is a 2. But 2 is not less than 2. Therefore, this will stop the loop, break it, and come back out here. That's our first thing. Now, let's take a look at the second piece. The second piece is going to go inside the city. And it's going to go in each and every houses. So we need to know how many houses in each of those sets of data. Again, 90% is close your eyes and write. So what am I going to write here?
I equals 0.
Int. Don't forget the
Yeah.
int.
Yeah, I equals
Right.
0.
I equals 0. Why am I getting an error? Anybody?
I already assigned.
What does it say here?
Duplicate.
I can't zoom in on it, unfortunately. Yeah, it says duplicate local variable I. You already called somebody I. You can't create another one called I. You have to choose something else. How about J? Now we're happy. Okay, let's call this J. Because we're giving street address. This is for the city. This is for the house number. Okay, I is for the city. J is for the house number. Okay? Next part. Close your eyes and write.
I plus one.
J,
J.
Okay, sorry, J plus
Remember,
Base done.
everything is J here. And then that's that 90% brain. We'll come back later. And then finish it off.
J plus one.
J plus plus. Good job. Okay. Now, this is, we said this is going to be the house. Meaning if there's 4 houses, we want this loop to go 4 times looping around and then come back up here again. And then if there's 3 things in there, we want to go it 3 times and then come back out here. And then break it when it's done. Now, how am I going to find the length of the houses inside the city or the sets? We know we're going to start with this.
Union.
Yeah, so name and age 1 back within the square bracket or something like that. 1,
So name and age 1
then dot length.
dot length. Like
I
that.
think it's okay. Yeah.
So if we did name and age 1 right here, you see that name and age 1 and the length. What length did we get here?
Uh,
No, it needs to be 0 first. Then
oh, it could be I instead of 1.
Yes. That's right. I mean, look, right on this top line right here, excuse me, this, when we put 0, it gave us Grapevine, the very first city. When we put 1, it gave us Irving, which was the second city. But if I put a 1, it's only going to go into Irving. If I put a 0, it's only going to go into Grapevine. But I don't want that. I want this to change as it moves on the road in its dynamic way. So instead of putting 0 or a 1, if I use this variable called I that I created on the first place and put it right here, it's now dynamic, meaning on the first round, it's going to be a 0. That 0 is going to be placed right here. And the length of that city will become, Grapevine will become a 4. And this will rotate 4 times. When it's done, it's going to come back up. This I is going to change from a 0 to a 1. And that 1 is going to be brought back in here. That 1 is going to be brought back in here. Now the name and ages 1 length is going to be the ages set,
Yeah.
which only had size of a 3. And this for loop will only get rotated 3 times as it should, because if it rotated 4 times, Java is going to scream and say, there is no 4 houses in there for me to go to, and it's going to throw you an exception, which I'll show you in a second. But are you with me so far?
Yeah.
Okay, this is it. That was, if you call it a brain part, the only brain thing you needed was 10% right here and a 10% right here, and maybe 5% noticing this I needs to be right there. And the rest is piece of cake. And here's what you're going to do. Inside, in here, you're going to print out what you want to print out, which is this name and ages. And over here, you can just close your eyes. Here's your first set. Here's your second set. What are you going to put here? Not a 0, not a 1. Guys, it's a variable that we just created. Come on. I, very good. And then the next one?
J.
J, done. Look at this. First, it starts with 0. So this I is 0. This is going to be 0. He moves down here. Looks at that 0 length, which becomes a 4. It's going to rotate 4 times. J starts with 0. So it's going to print out the 0, 0, which is Chisti. And then he's going to go back up here. That I still stays 0. But the J is now a 1. This is going to become a 1. And it's going to print out, let me take a scroll up a little bit.
Raju.
That's a lot of writings. Let me bring
Yeah,
this
Raju.
set down here so you can see better. Clean this up. So first is that 0, and then that 0. And the second, now we're rotating here, we didn't come out yet. Second, this one becomes a 1. This still says 0, this is a 1. Third round, this is a 2. So I is still 0, this is a 2. Fourth round, still 0, and 3. And this is a 3. When we go back up here with the 4, name and ages length is 4, but 4 cannot be less than 4. This breaks. It stops right here, moves back up here. I becomes a 1. Now it starts printing out 1, comes back down here. This becomes a 1. Length of that 1 is a 3, so it's going to rotate 3 times. And it does this J with the 0 again. 1 and a 1, and then 1 and a 2, and then it breaks, and you're out. With me?
Mm-hmm.
kind of hard to perceive, but look at this. If I run this, we have Chisti, Raju, Loretta, Pervin, 24, 15, 20. What happens? I don't even have to touch this at all. But if I go in here and add a whole bunch of numbers right here tomorrow, no problem. 25, 12. Look at this. Run it. It went through that loop with only 4 lines of code, maybe 3 lines. We got that 20, 25, 12, including all the names that we had before with that extra numbers also got printed out. It won't miss any. Understand? Any question?
Can we print them side by side?
Yes. If you want to print them side by side, let me see. It wouldn't make much sense because there is no really sequence of like how many. You see that Chisti, and then there's like 1, 2, 4 names with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces of data. To put it in a column setting, it can be done, but there's no point in doing it for this particular set of data. Let me show you that with map. And but hey, why don't you challenge yourself to try to do it as a homework, Raju? Yeah, that'll be a very good exploration. I don't want to say it can't be done. I think there should be a way to be done. I just don't want to take the class time to do there. But very good question. You should try it as a homework. Let me paste this on a chat and take a 5 minutes break and come back. We'll do array list. Any further questions?
No, not for me.
Great, thanks. Everybody back? Sounds good. Okay. Done with our arrays and two-dimensional arrays. Let's go to collections. Collections is just a big name for various collections of classes that give you the capacity to store data. Reset perspective. And I'm going to go in here, class practice, and let's call it array list example. So create a class called array list example. If I just write the word array list as a class name, that will be a problem because that name has already been taken by somebody. I mean, I could create it, but I would never be able to use array list stuff in my class name called array list because that would contradict to one another. Therefore,
So
I would call anything else. I could even put a number 1, but I just can't have it called array list. I can say array
it's
list.
inside the repository or something like that, is it?
Yes, it's inside this library right here.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that library thing? Every project that you create, no, after 4 hours. Every project you create, actually, you take that library of everybody's Java code in there with you. It's like a huge bag of books and things and machines. And there's ton. I mean, you will never be able to use any of all of it. Nobody has. And this library is getting bigger and bigger. That's why human beings are getting smarter and smarter, and our IT is getting. We're in the IT revolution right now as we speak. So the next revolution is decoding human mind and things, and that's also in Java. So this library is going to start consisting of a lot of those codes that human are creating. Sky is the limit, actually. Now I see the platform for all of this logic to be there. It's just there's so much logic goes into a human brain that they have not been able to code all of those logics into it yet, but it is likely. So here we go. Example, array list example. Public static void main, I'm going to add that there. And that's it. Just hit finish. Let me create a template of this class. I don't need this project package anymore. I don't even need this side maximizing my real estate right here. Now I got this. Let's start with some notes for you first. So delete that and create a multi-line notes like that. Comments, basically. So collections, and specifically we're going to do array list to start with. Very, very important. It uses a symbol. The symbol that array list uses is angle brackets. It looks like this, open and close angle bracket like that. Okay. And you have to instantiate the class. What does that mean? That means you have to do like the scanner thing that you did, just like you created a scanner object and that you have to do the exactly same thing. Don't want to say the word object yet because there's whole rabbit hole with that word. The next thing, you can't use primitive data type. Now you probably kind of remember a little bit about the primitive and non-primitive. You thought I would never go over or ever use it. Actually, we will. What are the non-primitive data types? Oh, sorry, primitive. Let's start with primitive. Who remembers this? Primitive.
Primitive is the basic, the old code of Java that starts with the
Int,
small letter.
long,
Long.
short,
Short, good. What else?
boolean,
Boolean, very good.
Length or something like yeah, boolean.
You mean float?
Float, yes.
Okay. Very good.
double.
Double? Very good.
Yeah.
Very good. All of these are written in lowercase. Notice?
Yes.
Because they're system built in whenever Java was first created. But when we go to non-primitive, in a way, we're saying latest or fancy. We had what? We only worked with one, right?
String.
Huh?
String.
String. Correct. Difference is this guy has a capital letter trying to indicate there is more to it than this. There's a difference there. Now, one thing you notice that if you stored something in primitive data type, you had no power. Like, let's say int number, and you put 35 or 25. Very well. Yeah, it will store it. But if I type in number and then put a dot, there's nothing. There's no magic spells or things we could do with it. It just stores number, period, and that's all there is to it. But on a non-primitive data type, like string, you give it a number, the same name, or even whatever name. And then you put in something like Mike. Yeah, it's going to store that name. But also, if I take that name and put a dot, I get a whole lot of magic things I could do. All of this, you will never use more than 10% what's in here or ever need to. But it's capable of. So that's the beauty of this non-primitive, meaning somebody wrote these and somebody actually wrote all those methods inside this string class that you have now access to use it. Now, somebody was like, well, I don't just think we can only have magic spells for strings. Why don't we have magic spells for int and other things as well? So they went ahead and created other classes, other non-primitive data types to mess around with these kinds of things. And guess how they write it? It's called integer. Integer. And then float with the capital, double with the capital, Boolean with the capital. If you use this capital integer, look at this. I could have a capital integer and have, let's say, number 1, because I already used that number, and then store 35 in it. Now, if I take this number 1 and put a dot, hey, I can mess around with these numbers with some magic things I could do now, which I wasn't able to do it under this non-primitive data type called int, but I can store it in a data type called integer, which is a non-primitive instead of a primitive. And I'd be able to do a lot of things to it. I can convert it. Let's see what's there. There's like compare to, describe, double value, float value, whatnot. Not in the scope of today's class to show you what they do and capable of. But what I want to get to is these classes that somebody created to mimic the primitive data type are called wrapper classes or wrapper class. So if you get in an interview question, what's a wrapper class? You're going to say integer that uses int as a primitive data type, but a non-primitive data type class that we can use instead of a primitive int. That integer is a wrapper class with the capital I. Say that, with the capital F. Float is a wrapper class that acts like a primitive float with a lowercase f, but has a lot more capabilities and give you a lot more things. Okay. So, any questions so far? Now, why is this important here? Well, when you create this collections classes, you cannot use this primitive data type anymore. You have to must use wrapper classes. And wrapper classes meaning this capital I integer, the capital F float, the capital D double, and of course you can use this string as well, which is also technically a wrapper class of the char variable, CHA, or character. That's all you need to know here. Don't try to overthink it, and let me show you how it's done. Here's the syntax. First you write the class name just like we did scanner. Let's compare with scanner, okay? Kind of like scanner, and then we said reader, and then we had an equal sign, new scanner. With me so far? Talk to me, guys.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, give me feedback. Keep your mic open. So we're gonna do the same thing here. Instead of scanner, we're gonna call array list. Make sure your spelling is correct and your capitalization is correct. If not, you'll get an error. Now you give it any name you want. Typically, you can just call it list. Most people just write list. Why? It's a list of items that you're going to try to store. But can you name anything else other than list? Sure. When you become an automation engineer, you may have to specify a little bit more than just the list. You could say customer list. You could say hotel list or actual list or displayed list. And you're going to compare, guys. Your job is going to be taking those list of data out of the website, store it in a list like this, and compare what is expected versus what is actual, and then pass or fail the test case. So that's where you're actually heading right now. We're just going to call it a list. Never do capital. Camel case is a must. Now, same thing, new
Array list.
array list, okay? And then this open close parenthesis, you don't have to put any system in or out, okay? The only difference is you have to put angle bracket right here, just like that array that you saw, we put square bracket, you put angle bracket, okay? That means you have to put angle bracket here as well. And you have to specify the data type wrapper class within this angle bracket. If you want to mess around with string, you write string. If you want to handle integer, you write integer. Understand? That's the only thing that's going to change. Let's take a look at an example and see how we're going to work on this. So let me copy this example here. Create a link number 4. This is number 4. Block commenting. And we'll start from here. Let me pull this bar to the right. There. So create an array list. Then what we're going to do is we're going to write this wording right here. Array list, and then open, close, angle bracket, and let's see, what are they asking us to save? Add 5 strings to the array list. That means my data type here is going to be string. Give it a name. We're just going to call it list. Equal new. At this point, just copy this thing exact like that. Don't even type it. Just copy it right here. And then put open close parenthesis like we always do with that scanner thing. And then semicolon to close. You got an error. What are you supposed to do?
System dot inside that parenthesis.
Hover over,
Okay.
Then import list.
Array
import
list.
Yes.
array list that's coming from Java
Java.
utility package. So Java project and util package, they have this code to mess around with this. Import that. If you see anything else, don't import that. Don't trust anything other than java.util. That's what you want to make sure. Sometimes there may be multiple and then you import something else and it doesn't work. But make sure it says array list and it's coming out of java.util. Now, if you import that, that import statement got pulled up right here. And now you have a direct connection. Your class has a direct connection with all the code that other guy wrote. And now this list word has become that powerful person. He can store data, he can delete data, he can add data and do everything you want him to. Let's take a look at this next step here. This one is add 5 strings to this array list. So you created the array list. It's a list, unlimited list right now. It's waiting for you to store whatever you want to store in it. How are you going to store it? Just take that guy and put a dot and see what's there. And put a dot, you got a list of stuff right here. The very first thing is add. Right there on that list that will come up. That's what you need. So we're just going to say dot add, and it gives me this little framework for you to type in what you want to add. We're going to add 5 strings. So let's see. How did I do in the last class? What did I really store? Names of the cars. So we're going to start with, let's say, Honda. and then semicolon to close it. That's it. You now created a list that only has Honda in it, but obviously it doesn't make any sense if you don't have more than one. So how about 5 things? Honda, Toyota, BMW, and then Ford, and we can do Lamb, Tesla. Yes, very good. So as you can see, you can keep on adding as many as you want to, and it will keep on expanding and store it. You can even create a for loop and have it automatically added to this list, which I'm going to show you in Selenium class. That will be the dynamic way of adding things. Meaning you go to a website and you see a list of things in there. Instead of you manually writing so many lines of code, you can put a for loop, and it with 3 lines of code, it's going to take all the hotel names and store it in this list for you that you can use it later. How do we display? Simple. Display a specific element of the array list. Well, what happened is basically kind of like the same thing that we were doing in arrays. It created a column like this, or a row. I don't really care if it's a row or a column, but each of these data has an index already set up by Java. They have been shelved. What's going to be the index for this one?
0,
Good. 1,
1,
2,
2,
3, and 4.
4.
Also, Java knows immediately that the length of this is 5. And you're able to get all that data just like that. You have 0 control over this column. You have control over this column. You can add, delete, clear, whatever you want to do, but not here. This is assigned by Java. You will notice that if you wanted to control this column here, that will be hash map, which will be the last thing that I will show you today, where you can control these numbers. Instead of numbers, you can even have strings or whatnot. Sometimes that's important that we control that. So right now, if I wanted to print out, let's say Toyota, I could just say list dot get. Notice the method for add was adding into the list versus get is going to give me what's inside the list. What is it asking that you need to put in? Index. All it's asking is, okay, you give me the index, I'll get you what you want. So open, close, semicolon, close, all you have to put in here is the index number, and the index number for Toyota is what?
It's 1.
It's 1. And that is going to give me Toyota. But I have to print it out to see it. Therefore, I'm going to do sysout. Take this list.get1, put it in here, and don't need that extra semicolon. Now, if I run this, there's my Toyota. Now, how do I print out Ford? What index do I need to give it here? Maybe she is away.
3.
3, correct. It's right there on the table. Maybe she's away from the. And that's going to give me 4. Any questions about how to add data and get data out? Okay. Next, display all elements of the array list, including using loop. Okay. Now, this is a little bit easier. You can just say sysout and just say print me the list. It's not going to complain. And it's going to give you the data that's in there. Unlike the array list, which it didn't want to, it gave you some gibberish printed out. But if I run this now, this gave me this list in the square bracket, told me what's in there. Honda, Toyota, BMW, Ford, and Tesla. No problem. But what if I don't want this brackets to show up and I just want to print them out like a list, like Honda here, Toyota here, that I have a little more control over how this gets printed out? Yeah, you would have to use the for loop. Okay. Let's do that. So I don't want this code, or I'll leave it there, but I want to print it out nicely. Here's a for, open, close, open, close. Come on, you tell me I'll write. 90% no brain required.
Integer I equals 0,
Mm-hmm.
then integer less than uh,
We'll come
less
back.
than
Let's come back later.
Yep.
I always do that. I always keep that blank. I'm like,
Mm,
the
plus
blind
plus.
part, I'm going to do it first. Then I'm going to come back in here. I want this to rotate through this. Obviously, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. But I don't know that. What if another thing comes up here?
Yeah.
So is there a way, does list give me a dot option? Like a
Yeah.
dot metric?
List dot length.
Yeah, let's take a look at that. Let's look into that. So I'm going to write here list, and if I put a dot, I got a lot of stuff here. I'm going to say length, L-E-N, but
GT.
unfortunately, there is nothing. But I
So put it on capital letter.
no, all of these have to be lowercase because they're method names and they're in camel case.
Okay.
We'll get to more on that tomorrow on the methods. But look at this. If I hit the dot, and let's say I have no idea, I've never done Java before, but take a look at this list.
Size.
What did you say, Lorda?
I see the size 0.
Size. Yes.
Array list.
So, yeah, that will work. Or that might work if you didn't know. You should try to see what that shows up. Maybe sys out, print out the size, and then see what that works. Actually, in arrays and hash map and all that, they don't have something called length. Instead of length, they use the word size. Any difference? No.
No.
Only then they changed how they want to say it. They didn't like the word length. They liked the word size. So who cares? We're just going to say size and we are done. Understand? Okay. Great. Now that we have created this loop, all we do is sys out, and we want to take this list dot get. How did we print it before? Didn't we say get and then specify the index number?
Yeah, it will automatically give the value on the index number.
Correct. Instead of, if I say 1, it's only going to print 1 5 times. Look at this. Toyota, 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 Toyota. Because it's only 1 going around 5 times. We don't want that. we want that 1 to change from 0 to 5 or 6 or 7, whatever that is. And for that to happen, we have to change it to a variable that we have right here. That's our very best friend, which is I, that we first created. So why don't we just take this baby I, and that I keeps changing every time it rotates based on how many there are dynamically with this list.size. That should do the trick. There you go. Honda, Toyota, BMW, Ford, Tesla. What if I added another piece? Excuse me. Another one here. That didn't do. There you go. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Ford. Nah, let's call it Lambo. And
Ferrari.
Lincoln.
Ferrari. I don't know the spelling, but I'll just write it like. And now if I print it out, bam, I got the Ford, Lambo, and Ferrari. This method right here, this for loop, is smart enough to be expandable, and you never have to worry about your test failing if you do it this way. Any question?
So we have to list it first, am I right? Then for loop, we should use it to get all the information.
Not sure if I'm understanding the question. Can you repeat?
So you have to add those, am I right? List
Correct.
of cars. Like I can put 1,000 cars.
They have to be there.
Okay.
They
Then
have
if I want to print it out, just the for loop is going to be the best option instead of
Yes.
single printing it one at a time.
Correct. If there's nothing there, there's nothing to print. What if I block this right here and I don't have anything? And I try to print it out? It's gonna give me an exception. It's telling me index out of bounds. Java cannot say error. Java says exception. Index out of boundary is the long wording of saying that. It's saying you specified an index to print out over here, and there's nothing there. So that's what it's saying. And also it gives you a line number, Java 32. If you click on that line number, it's going to take you there. It actually failed right here. Because over here we said get 3, and that 3 doesn't exist. It's outside the boundary of what was there. Therefore it failed. Make sense? I have a whole day of class on exception, so I don't want to go in there right now. There's interview questions are going to be around exceptions. How many exceptions there are, when you see those, how you resolve them. Whole class with it. We good with this for loop? Okay. There is one more for loop that you can use. This is called advanced for loop. I like this because this is easier. But it cannot be used for many things. Sometimes you can't use it at all. But the beauty is, anytime you have a list, mainly works with collections. If you're dealing with collections data types, this is going to work for you very well. So pay attention how this is done. I want you to use this from now on for these kinds of things. And I'll be using this as well. Same thing. We got this for. No different. This advanced for loop is also sometimes called for each loop. So just gonna bring it down here. Or for each loop. So don't get confused if you hear somebody say for each, somebody say advanced for loop, they mean the same thing. If I were to tweak your brain on what types of for loops have we done so far? Let's see if you remember types of loops. Number one, anybody?
For
Just,
loop,
just a for loop, correct. Number two?
For each loop.
No, do while
Do,
while.
do
do
while
Oh.
and while.
and
While.
then
While loop.
while loop. And now I'm teaching you number 4 is for each
Loop.
loop. That's all you need to know. As far as loops go, if recruiter asks you how many loops you've been working with, they have 4 different types mainly. And then just kind of name them for loop, do while loop. And they might even go deeper and say, why would you want to do while loop over a do while loop? And go back into your notes. I don't want to go there. But before your interview, I am going to touch base with some of these with you again. So kind of refresh your mind on the importance. If they ask you, why would you want to use advanced for loop? Your answer is going to be what? I didn't show you yet, so but you can say collections because it works better with collections and it's easier. You can say that. Get up. No, after 4 hours. No, when I'm going to get out of my room. Okay. So what are you going to do here? In this piece, part right here is where the code goes. Now, the way you do this is you write the data type. So you write the data type and then you give it a name, any name, and then you put a colon and you put the collection right here. And that's it. So that's the frame. For us, and notice this data type and then any name, it's the same thing that we've been always doing. Don't we, how do we store string? Don't we put the data type string and then call it a name? So this whole pattern never changes. You still have the data type and the name. Honestly, what it's doing is it's taking this collection or list of stuff and it's breaking it into multiple small cabinets like this. And then you take it one at a time. More like this. So for this particular scenario, what I'm going to do is let me look at what it is. We go back up here. We created this array list with the data type of string. So obviously, my data type here has to be string. Any name is okay. That's not a nice thing to put in. Instead, people are lazy. We don't want to write a lot. We just
list.
put letter S. Can't put the word list because list is taken. Because list is that whole thing. Because we created this variable guy called list. That's the entire kitchen full of plates. That cannot be there. This is just a name. That name is already taken. If I hover over, it's going to say duplicate. You see that?
Yeah.
Duplicate local variable because I already created it. Now, I am just going to create a fake name now. Just call it S. All right. Here you put the whole list that you created. So this is going to be the list. What is happening? This for loop is going to take this list, which is a major cabinet, has 5 things in there. He's going to break it down, and each of them, he's going to have a name for it. S, 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 and S. Each time it goes around, he knows that I need to go to this one, that I need to go to this one, this one. You don't have to do a thing. Okay? He will do it all. And you don't even have to specify how many this is. The for each advanced loop looks at this and already determines how many and how big this is. Therefore, you don't also have to worry about that. So how do we really finish it up? Let's see. It's easy. You have your sys out. You got your list. Didn't we have to do like list.get? Like that? List.get 0, didn't it give us Honda? List.get 1, Toyota. Well, instead of those numbers, because if I just do that, it's going to give me an error. But you can just take this S right here. Just copy that. Put it right here. Sorry, you don't even have to write the list. My bad. That whole S thing is what's inside that list. So you don't even have to write list.get. You just take this S, letter S, put it right here. Print it out. That was that first loop that printed this. And then there's the second advanced for loop that printed this. What happened is all of this right here got stored inside a variable called S each time, which is a data type of a string. Therefore, you didn't even have to say list.get, because that list got broken up and stored in string format, and you could just write the letter S right there, and it will keep on doing its thing and go through line by line and then print it out for you. Make sense?
Yeah, we have to review.
I know it's weird. You just have to get used to it. Okay?
I have a
It's-
question.
Yes.
So we don't have to do the for loop, the first one we did, like a I, instead
You
of
don't.
this one.
You don't.
Oh,
This is
easier.
much. You see this?
Smaller.
I mean, can you just not have to learn this and just do it with this? Of course. It works. I showed you it works. You don't have to use it. But will your life be easier if you learn this? Sure, I think so. Because look at how simple the code is. This is how you humanely gonna read it. You're gonna say, for each string, we'll call it S, inside the list, print those string and rotate as many times as many strings there are. That's why it's called for each loop. So for each string inside that, for each string, call it an S inside the list. And that's how you have to write it as well. So think it like that, read it like that, and write it also like that. And that
Can you
whole
post it on
thing,
the chat?
I'm sorry?
Post it on the chat.
What do you mean? Like this code or what I just?
Yeah, this one. The for
Okay.
each.
Okay.
loop.
Yeah, I'll, can I do it at the end?
Yeah, sure.
I have one more thing that I need to do. Anything else?
Oh, yeah. So, can we get the printout of two-dimensional data from the for each loop?
No. It doesn't work with arrays.
Okay.
It has to have a collections in stuff. It doesn't work with anything else. That's when you have to go back to this I equals 0 and build your own. Sometimes you might be able to use this, but still don't want to use this because you want this I. You wanna use this I somewhere here. You wanna use the letter I to do some calculations. Well, you're not gonna have it with this for each loop. Therefore, you may need to just go with that I int I loop for loop, which is totally okay. Nobody's gonna punish you saying, "Oh, you're using a list. You could have just used, you know, advanced for loop, but you're not using that. Maybe you don't know how to use it." No, you may have a better reason for not to use it. Okay. Update an element of the array list. So we're going to change something. We had these guys right here. I'm just going to bring this up here. Copy that. How are we going to update? It's possible. Watch this. My screen is jumping around. Sorry, guys. So what you can do, we know this is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 things. What if I don't want this BMW and I want to change that to something else? Yes, you could say list dot, and let me just quickly review that code because again, I can't always remember. Yes. So you have a method called set. Take a look at this. Dot set. With the set, you can say which index you want to set and then put in a string element inside it. What will happen is what was there before in that index will get replaced, and then whatever you put in now will be placed in there. Okay, so we're going to do this and see how it works. So I'm going to say, I don't want this BMW. We know that this is a index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. BMW's index is a 2. So if I go in here and say dot set and hit an enter, my cursor stops at the 0 dot dot. And over here, I change that to a 2. By default, it put in null, meaning nothing. Well, we don't want nothing. We want to change that BMW to with Benz or Beamer and finish it. Permanently, this BMW is going to be gone from there, and Beamer will get replaced with that. Now, if I run this code, obviously it's going to print all this with BMW. The last printout is not going to have BMW. So what did I do wrong? No, I didn't print it. Sorry. I just said it, but I have to print it out. So let's print out the whole thing. For loop, guys, for each. Tell me what to write. See if you can remember.
Integer,
Not integer.
string,
What's the data type we're working with?
String.
For each string,
What?
string s equals list.
colon, and the name that of list that we had is called list.
Yeah.
Sys out, and we're going to print out S.
S. Yeah.
Let's run it. So here's the first round of printout. I had the BMW. Here's the second round of printout. Had the BMW. Here's the third round of printout. No more BMW, and it became Beamer. So you were able to go into that list and even modify what goes in any particular index, which you were not able to do that with the arrays. But with array list, you can. You saw I can even add another right here. If I wanted to add another one, it will just go into the next index. Let's say Tahoe. No problem, flexible. Run it. There's the Tahoe. Got added. Size got bigger. Not a problem. I don't have to go back to the source code.
So if we add, then it will automatically add at the end of the previous list, is it?
That's correct. If you don't specify an index, it will automatically not delete what you already have, keep what you already have, add it at the end of the list.
If I want to set it as the beginning of the list or any position of the list, then can we do it?
Yes, but you will delete, it will replace.
Without replacing, can we do it?
Not with array list, but you can do it with linked list, which is going to be the next example.
All right.
Good question. Good thinking, Chisti. I'm really proud of you. I'm proud of all of you guys, by the way. I'm betting on that, you guys are going to be ready for market in about 2 months, and just stay at it. I'm going to take you there. Start interviewing. You will learn from interviews as well. And then, I'm just waiting for that day you're going to call me up and say, I got a job offer, because I'm going to have a party that day. Anyway, remove an element and display all. Okay, so what if I don't want Tahoe. Tahoe is a boat, it's not a car. So I can do that. I could just say list.remove, and you will notice two things here. Two options available. One is you could say remove and say which index it's on. If you wanted to remove index 0, the very first one, you can remove it. But if you don't know the index, you just want to get rid of a certain data, you could use this one, remove, and this has something called object. object is like the mother of everything, which I'll talk about it tomorrow. If you don't know what it is that you want to remove and you just say object, and you just put in your name of the stuff, the like Tahoe in here, it will remove it. So it's saying that you're pretty much open to put anything you want in here from the data, whatever the data type is, either int or string, or doesn't really matter. So I could just use that option here, a dot remove, and put in the word Tahoe. Done. And if I wanted to print it out, I'm going to have to copy this code again, paste it right after. Okay, run it. Notice this Tahoe from this last printout is gone. But right before that, Tahoe did exist. Remove statement took it out. You're able to do that with array list. Display size of the array list, no problem. List dot size. Run it. 6. Okay. What if I didn't remove Tahoe? If I block that code, run it. Size is now back to 7. So pretty dynamic right there. Okay. What if I wanted to remove everything? Yeah, we can do that. You could say list dot clear. It will clean it all up. And then if I wanted to print out the size, just say that, copy that code, run it. Here's the 6 size before cleaning it up, which was right here. And then we cleaned it up. Not working again. And then we printed this out, and it printed out the size is 0. There's nothing in there anymore. That's all there is to it on array list. Any questions?
Yeah, I have one question. Can you remove can you remove multiple data, not all data, not a single data, multiple data in a single command?
It might be possible. I never tried it. Let me just take a quick check. Certainly something you can look up on Google, saying with those words, removing multiple data on a single line for an array list, and search up some results from Google to see if there is a solution for that. If
I don't know, but I have one idea. If you don't laugh,
yeah,
right, like that. Can we do it or not?
You can go to the 68, your line Tahoe, you can add over there.
so
You see how it works.
yeah, I mean, look, remove and then have this for, and then you get an error. It tells you the method remove in the index is not applicable, so it's not really working. There's another wall called remove all. Will that be happy with that? And no. So my answer right now that I don't know how to remove multiple from that same one line of code. I would have to do like multiple lines.
Okay, I'll also try in Google.
Yeah, but please try and look. By the end of this course, you are gonna know as much as I know. And when you get that job and you try to learn more, you might end up learning more than I know. So I am basically going to pour everything I know to you, and then you have the option to expand it and know more than me. There's so much more to learn there. There's never an end. Let me paste this, and then we go to the next. This is going to be linked list. Some of the questions you asked, that limitations we had in here, is going to be resolved by linked list. So linked list example. Creating another class. If you look into the notes, which I'll show you right now, linked list does everything that array list does, except it has these additional methods. You can add first, like Chisti says, can I add in the beginning instead of the end of the list? Sure. You can add first, add last. You can remove first, remove last. You can get first and get last. All of those options are available in linked list. You're going to need this sometimes. Sometimes you are adding all these hotels and you're checking them and you're adding, keep on adding and checking. And then when you want to validate, you probably want to validate that last one. You won't be able to do that with the array list. But with linked list, and the reason they called it linked is because they're like linked with the chain, one behind another in a sequence. You can't break the chain. So the last one is always the last one. First one is always the first one. And you're able to, with the linked list, you can link another chain link on the first to the first of the chain or to the last of the chain. So always think of linked like a chain, and it has you're able to do some of these extra things that you can do. So I'm only going to show you these extra things that we're capable of doing. So let's do that. First, we're going to create linked list. Let's deal with numbers this time. And let me see what I covered there. Where did it go? Let's get an example from here. There it is. Create a linked list. Just call it linked list, open close angle bracket. Am I going to put the word int in here?
No.
Why not?
This int is primitive data, so we cannot manipulate anything with this int.
Correct. Instead, we have to use what?
Integer.
Which is a
Or
what kind of class?
Wrap class.
Wrapper
it
class.
is wrapper class.
Wrapper class. Good job. So we need to use wrapper class. Recruiter might tweak you there, so be careful. And then we can still call it a list. Who cares? Whatever name. The word new. Copy this whole thing. Put open close parentheses. semicolon to close. Hover over, import linked list, and you are done. Now, a lot of the new Java allows you not to write this integer all over again here because it's smart enough to understand. So honestly, if you take this out, it won't throw you an error. Okay? If you take this one out, it will throw you an error. But this, from new Java, it's optional whether you want to write it or not, just to make it easier for you, they took it off. But you still have the option to write it in. Add 5 strings and display all elements. Now, here's one trick I'm going to show you that I didn't show you before. How did we add into this list in the previous array list? Who remembers?
Add dot.
First, you have to name this guy because he does everything. List
List dot add.
dot add, yeah. And then we added what? It was a number, sorry.
Oh,
So let's say
1,
10.
2.
Let's give it a 10 because we're storing integers. How about a reasonable, like a date? Let's say 1950. We're storing a date. And then we had to add another one, right? Every time? And then 19, like 70. Oh, that's a lot of lines of codes. How about we shrink it down into 1? Can we do it in 1 line? Yes. All you have to do is take this list, put an equal sign, and then say arrays dot. If you say this word arrays with a capital and then put a dot, automatically you get a lot of things here. You just say as list. Arrays as list, and this will give you an option to put in multiple data all in one line. So if I just write arrays dot as list, hit enter, gives me this framework. I put a quotation and then say, not quotation, sorry, we're doing numbers. 1950, put a comma, 1972, comma. It may or may not work. Let's see. It's already throwing me an error. 1980. It's not working. And saying type mismatch cannot convert list integer to linked list integer. So I am not sure. Add cast to linked list integer, change type of list to list integer. Let me try one of these options. It's casting it. So what that means is this arrays is working with array list, works with array list, but not linked list. So by bringing linked list with a bracket like this, casting, if you remember from our first Java class or second Java class, it will beat him up to be that, be what you want it to be. So it had to force his hands and say, hey, I know you're not this type, but I want you to become this type. And the way to write that is always on the left side of whatever you want it to become. And you put it bracket like that, it will become that. But a lot of these suggestions is helpful. These errors are your friends, by the way, because they will help you write your code better and fix some of your issues. Let's take a look at the second one. Change type of list to a list integer. That means they're saying change this from linked list to a list. Look what's going to happen. If I take that option, that linked thing is going to go away. This became another type of storage called list, which I don't teach, but that's another way you can do that. Is it needed? Do you have to? Not necessarily. I will work with this in when we get to Selenium. I don't want to show too much right now. That's why I don't show this. But that can be done, no casting needed, and this arrays.asList is allowed. But we're teaching linked list, so we're going to just stick with it. I don't even want to take you there right now. We're just gonna do list.add 1950. But know that it's coming. 1972, 70. And we're just gonna put 3 things for now. Just simplicity, don't want to take up too much time. 1990. Add an item to the beginning and the end of the list. So first let's print it out and see how it looks like. We're gonna do an advanced for loop. Come on, tell me.
Uh,
Is it for each or for
For each loop.
it may be string dot string s.
Not string, because we're
No,
not.
no. I'm sorry. Integer
integer I.
Integer I,
colon
colon,
I.
list
A
list.
list.
Correct. So you hand over the list. You're just saying, go through every one of them as an integer from this big list of items that we just created. You hand it over. Rest is history. Now each and every integer becomes that I every time there is one in there. So you can just say sysout and then just print that I. Run it. You got all 3 of those items printed out. Now let's add an item to the beginning and the end of the list. So we saw those methods are now possible that we didn't get with ArrayList. I could now say list.add first. It's there. Before it didn't show. With ArrayList, it won't show. So I could do list.add first. And if I put in a date like say 1929, or I'm just gonna put like really 9999999, that's gonna be added first, even before 1950. And if I print that out now, I'm gonna just bring it way down here to print it out. First it printed out, it didn't have that 99999. Second set printed out that 999 first, and then 50, and then that, and then that, and that. I could do a list.add last. And this I could have 888888888. Run it. Notice that it got printed out last. Here was the first, then that, and then last. What if I just wanted to display the first and the last? I could do that. I'm just going to put this right now just to kind of separate things out. Oops, not there. Mm. Comment this out. So here's what we have. Okay. These were added, but I didn't print it out yet. But if I wanted to print out the first, you could just say sysout list dot get first. Now you have these two options here. Not just a get with an index. Sure, you can do that too, like array list. But two extra things over here are get first, get last. What if I wanted just the first one? Sometimes that's needed. I could say get first with linked list, run it. There's the first one because I saved it in the first. And if I wanted to print out the get last one, all I have to do is sysout list dot get last. Don't even have to say which index. Run and index last. That's all there is on the linked list. Any questions?
So can we add any data in second, third, or fourth position, maybe?
Yes. So suppose this is what we got. Let's just print this out right after the adding here. This is the data, and we don't need to print out twice. So here's the data. And suppose you wanted to add one in here, right? What's
Yeah.
going to happen? Is it going to delete that? Or is it going to still keep that, move it, and then just his spot is going to get taken away?
I think it will delete.
The whole purpose of the linked list is to keep it linked and not delete it.
Mhm.
So watch this. If I say list dot add, and here's my index 0, 1, and 2. So I'm going to go into index 2. Let's look at these methods options first. Is there a set? There's a set right there. You say which index, and then you put in an element. So I'm going to do this dot set index 2, put in a date 1960. And then if I wanted to print it out, I would need this for loop right after. And then see what happens. So
UC70 has been removed.
it got removed.
1970. Yeah.
But if I didn't set it on that particular one, would it be able to add it on that spot and then move things back? List dot add. What if we use list dot add instead of set? Let's see. Add. It gives me integer option of index as well. 1960. Run this. See that?
Yeah, it does work.
So if you do the set option, it will delete and set it to something else. This 1970 will get deleted, and 1960 will be in place of it. But if you add and you specify which index, it will just store that into that particular index, and whatever was on that index will be shifted down to the next index and not delete that data. I'm glad you asked me this. Any other questions? Okay. Let's move to hash set. And also very same. We'll take a break after this. The hash set, the difference is that it doesn't allow duplicates.
Can you pause this on the chat?
Yes. So let me take it from here. Hash set example. Don't need that anymore. Hash set does not allow duplicates. This is it. That's all you need to know. The only difference is it's not going to allow duplicates, and I'll show you right now. And just going to these methods right here, the printing it out is the same. As you can see, this hash set, and you can store anything in there. Some of these methods might be a little bit different. Loop through a hash set. Yeah, I'll just do some to show you. So let me take an example here. Number 7. One second, getting it out there. Okay. Create a hash set. What we're going to do is we're going to say hash set, open, close, and put in the data type. And it's asking 5 strings, so we're going to add 5 strings. You can still call it a list. New, just copy this. Open, close parentheses. Hover over, import. Done. Display all elements before and after adding a duplicate string. Well, I didn't add anything yet, so let's add it. For adding into the hash set, you have to say list dot add, same, no difference. So let's add a few things. Social security numbers. 123 223 552. This might be used for those kinds of situations where you don't want duplicates. So what if I had like picked up a lot of numbers from website, or your project team tells you to get a list of all the data from the website and make sure there's no duplicates? Well, then in that case for you, it will be hash set that you want to use. So it won't store any duplicate at all. Notice that I duplicated 3 times. I added it 3 times. And then the other ones, I'm going to just change the numbers. So maybe do like 99999 here, or 888 here. How many unique set of data I have right now here? How many unique data without any duplicate? Guys, y'all are muted.
It is 3 unit of data without duplication.
Yes, 3 unique data. Now, if I try to print it out, display all elements, take a look at this. If I do for loop and advanced for loop, string s list sysout s, run it. You see the duplicates did not get printed out. We only got 3 pieces of data got printed out. You can do the same operations that you did. You could do list dot remove. You can keep on adding list dot add, and doesn't really matter. You can add the duplicate. It will still only keep non-duplicate values. You can remove data with dot remove. Display all elements for each which we done after removing an element. Really don't need to show you that. Display size, and size can be also done list.size. I don't want to take up your time on showing that on printing out stuff, but all of that is available. Any questions about hash set? Why would you want to use hash set? Open question for anybody.
Yeah, word duplication.
To avoid duplication. Perfect. And that's all. Is hash set any different other than array list or linked list as far as data storage and duplication?
Think no.
Correct. Not much. You can just say not much. The main purpose is you don't want duplicated data. And that's why you want to use this. Let's take 5 minutes break, come back, we'll do a map. And with the map, I'm going to show you how to create a quiz and be done with the day.
Can you please post this one to the
Yeah,
chat? জি
All right, sounds good. Everybody's back on time. Awesome. Okay, let's do very, very important thing that is hash map. Yes, you're gonna need that in testing. This gives you the ultimate control. Hash map example. This now, move this to the side.
দিদিরে দিও একটু আছে যদিও
Plus here.
একটু ডলাইছি তার আমার গাছ জ্বলতে
And we go in here, take a little bit of notes. Hash map allows control over the index and its data type. Meaning you control the index. All this time, Java put 0, 1, and 2, and you didn't like it, but had no control over. Now you have. Hash map stores data in key value or key dash value pair. Pair means two. So you got a key, which is a data, and then a value, which is another data, and they are connected, like married together. Okay, and it's always in a pair. Sometimes we need it in a pair. Why? Because Hilton Hotel, the name Hilton, might have a price of $150 a night. We want that 150 to get paired with Hilton and be like that. And whenever I call Hilton, give me 150, or whenever I say 150, I want Hilton. There might be those situations you have, and you can do that with this data type. The only thing is, the key must be unique. You cannot have or does not allow duplicate. Is there a way you could have duplicates? Yes, not in the scope of today's class, because already look how many hours gone. Are you going to need that? If you do need it in your workplace, that's why I'm going to give you on-the-job support. So your learning does not end here. If you get in a situation like that, you call me, and then while you're at your work, I give you the rundown. We do a quick demo like this on a class like that, and then I show you how to handle that. Maybe even I write the code for you, and then you learn from that. Or you can Google search and keep on extending your learning, which you might have to do later anyway. Your choice, but you have that support. So let's see how we're going to do this. Let me pick up an example. Number 8. We're going to keep things same. First, create a hash map of string and int. Goodness gracious. Now we have two different data types, string and int. So we're going to be controlling both the index and the data. No problem. Hash map. Same open, close angle bracket. But before, in the angle bracket, we could only specify one data type. Now you can specify two. So I can have, see what we're going to store? 5 names and 5 ages. So I am going to have names in string, ages in int. So first I can write string, comma, and then the second one has to be int. Can I write int? Yes or no?
No,
Why not?
this is primitive type, so we cannot manipulate this int.
Correct. So your next sentence is collections require us to use wrapper classes.
Yes. So
And
we need
therefore-
to use the wrapper class integer.
Integer. We have to use the wrapper class integer. So now we have this hash map, and then we have this string. What it really did is, let me see if it's going to let me type. One second, I need that pen. And it's working. Now it works. So weird. Okay. So it's going to create a table like this with 2 columns. String is going to be the first column, and int is going to be the second column, integer. And when you put a data, that first one is going to be string, second one is going to be a number, and they're going to be married together. And that's what we just set up right here with two of those data types. So let's see how this is going to work. To finish this off, you give it a name. When you get to hash map, don't call it a list. List gets confusing with just one list item. Instead, say map. When you say map, everybody understands that it's going to be two columns instead of just one column, which was a list. Okay, so keep those two separate. So variable name, don't call it a list. That will get confusing for everybody. To finish it off, same as we did, equals new, copy this whole thing and paste it here. Open close parentheses at the end, semicolon to close, finish that statement, hover over, import. Now this map got all the power to do and store data and manipulate data as you wish. Our next statement says store 5 names and ages. So we take this map, bring it here.
Yeah.
And dot, instead of add, there is no such thing as map.add anymore. Probably because there's two things you have to put in there. That's why they have something called map.put. And see, it's smart enough to already tell you that because you said you wanted string to be on the first column, therefore you need to put the key, which has to be in the string format first. And then you put a comma. And then because you said it, that I wanted to put integer second, then make sure whatever the value you put must be in the integer format. If you don't, it's going to throw you an error. So with that information, I'm going to put string, I'm going to put quotation and say Mike. And his age, if I put it in quotation, it's going to give me an error. If I say 35, let's say, and semicolon to close, it's giving me an error. If I hover over, it says the argument, notice over here it says string integer, and I am giving string string, and that's the mistake. It says is not applicable for the argument. So my argument here, when I created it versus what I'm giving, is not correct. It's not the nicest way to tell you, but that's how Java is. But if I take the quotation off, he's happy. But do try to learn from those error messages because it's important. That's what makes you an engineer instead of an ordinary person who won't be able to analyze these things. That's why you make the big bucks and get huge respect in your company. So I put in one thing, let's put in 5 things. I got Jason. He is 25 years old. Put in Ashley, 30. Molly, 9. And Jimmy, 50. All right, so I have those guys now stored inside. And when you imagine this like a table, basically. You just created a table like this. And this is your key, which is a string. And this is your value. They are both in pair. Here's your first one, second one, third one, fourth one. Okay. There is no index 0, 1, 2, no, none of that. That used to be this column here. But now you control that column. So a little different how you're going to store things or how you're going to get things out of it. So if I wanted to display this one here, display the age of a certain individual, you can do that. Let's say I wanted to display the age of Ashley. So sysout, you call the map, put a dot, and use the word get. And here's this, what you're gonna see. You're gonna see get, and it's asking you to put the key. That's the key. Ashley is the key. If you put the word Ashley, then it's going to spit out the value for Ashley that you stored, which was 30. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go in here, get, and because Ashley was put in as a string, we're gonna have to give it as a string, Ashley. And if I run this now, spelling mistake. Run it again. There. We got that data back. 30. Question?
So if we ask for the name against values, say get map dot get, then 35, then will it show the name of Mike?
So the question is basically, will it do it the other way around, right?
Yes, yes. If I ask for the string by putting the value of integer, will it arrive or not, or vice versa?
Okay, so let's try that. Name the individual with a certain age. So if I do sysout map.get, instead of the key,
Say 35.
if I put in 35, this is 35. Is it gonna print out Mike?
Yeah.
Let's run it. It didn't. So that is a limitation. But what if there is another method? Get let's see. Notice it looks like there is a limitation for this. It won't allow you to do that.
Okay, all right.
So if we ever need to find the name based on age, we have to just flip this data, make all of these the key,
Mhm. Okay.
and then have these set as values.
So we have to write the key to get the value.
Yes. Now there is another way to do that, which I'm going to show you down here with the loop. But unfortunately, with just a get method, you can only ask for the key and it's going to give you the value.
Mhm.
Okay. So I'm just going to leave it there. I think I just left it there to show you that it doesn't have that option. Get. Or did I write it wrong? No, yeah, it doesn't do that. Display all keys and values using for loop. Now let's take a look at this. With the for loop, there is an option to display all of it. And it's for each loop. How do we write for each loop?
For each loop, that is for integer.
So suppose we want to just print out these strings, only these things. We don't care
Mhm.
about this.
Okay. So for int
These are
I
string.
equals
String.
oh yeah, for a string.
Uh-huh.
For a string, you write s
Good.
dot colon list.
Now we don't have list, we call it map.
Oh, sorry, it will be map.
So we do map. Now
Yeah.
map has two things right here. But luckily, and this is going to throw an error. See if I hover over, it's going to be an error. And it's going
Dot
to say
put.
that it's not compatible. But because it has two sets of things, you are just trying to do one set. If you put a dot, you're going to find something called key set. So instead of two sets of data, this key set option is only
Yeah,
going to give you this key set right there.
yeah, it is set.
One set of value.
Yes.
And that will work. So if I do map.keyset, then only the key set is here that's going to get separated by this string s. And you can just print that out here. This is how s. Now run it. You got this Mike, Molly, same thing that you saw here. All the key set. Ashley, Jason, and Jimmy got printed out. What if I wanted to print out only the values? That can be done. Same thing. You do for.
That will, would it be integer?
This time it's going to be integer, correct?
Yeah, integer, then you put I
Uh-huh.
colon map dot set map dot. Now you can get
What do
some
we call
option.
this second column of data?
Value?
Value. See this?
Yeah.
Values. Right there.
Yes.
So if you do just that dot values, voila. All the values got listed here. And I will take position of those values individually.
Mhm.
Take
Right.
this statement, put it in here, change the S to an I, run it. You got 35, 9, 30, 25, and 50. And what if I wanted to print out everything with Mike and then 35 and then Jason and then 35, like a table format? You can do that with the for loop. Here's how you're going to do this. You're going to need a nested for loop. Because the only way to access them is through map.values and map.keyset. So you're going to take this first, and then you're going to take this one, and then embed it together. So I'm going to take this first one here. This one only key set. I'm not going to print anything yet. This will rotate through the key set. I don't think you even need a for loop. A nested for loop. Sorry, I was wrong. You can just do it with one. Let's just do it with one. Watch this. So let's print out this. Sys out. We'll go slow. If I put S right here, oopsie, we know what's going to print is Mike, Molly, Ashley, Jason, and Jimmy. Yes?
Yeah.
Cleaning up the output. There. Mike, Molly, Ashley, Jason, and Jimmy. So I want to have Mike and then 35 right next to it, Molly, and then have whatever the age is, 25. Mike, it is printing out in order. Funny,
No. No.
because I had Jason. Jason got it has its own mind. You notice that?
Yeah.
It just kind of printed out how it wanted to. But I want make sure that Mike's age get printed out correctly on this right side. I don't care if it's not in the order.
Mhm.
And I didn't even check if there's a sort option. So if I did like map.sort, no. But there's a way to do that, I think. I don't want to go to that code right now with you. Little messy code, not really needed to sort it for your testing purposes. Okay. That prints out that Mike. This is Mike. So what if I did a concatenation here? I put a little space, quotation, and then you done in my first class homework. You put some space right here with quotation like this and a plus sign. So this is going to add some space right here. And then I could just, I could just write like Stein. So I just want to show you. It's going to put Mike space Stein. Molly space Stein. Watch this. With me so far? With me here?
Yeah.
Yes.
All I'm going to do is replace this Stein with Mike's date of birth or age, Molly's age, Ashley's age, and Jason's age, and so forth. Well, didn't we already do that get thing right here?
Yeah.
Map.get. If we did map.get Ashley, then we got Ashley's age, which was 30. Well, then why don't we do the same thing right here? Instead of Stein, I can do map.get, but I'm not going to say Ashley because this is Ashley right here. Because that's the key set. Key set contains those names.
Mhm.
So if I take that S and I put it right here,
I.
not I, because we never used I, but this S is replacing all this key set, which is Ashley, Molly, Mike, Jason, Jimmy. First round is going to be Ashley. So this S over here is going to become Ashley. And map.get Ashley is going to give me Ashley's age. Second round, this Ashley is going to become Molly. And map.get Molly is going to give me Molly's age instead of Stein. And same thing for Jason and Jimmy. And if I run this now, we have it. And notice this data, even though they're not in the order, but they're accurate. Look, Mike 35, Mike 35. Molly 9, Molly 9. Ashley 30, Ashley 30. Easy?
Yeah, it is easy, but
Hmm.
we need to have a lot of practice.
That's it.
Look, how many lines of code I talked like 30 minutes for only like 5 lines of code. Actually, this Java is like that. It's not a whole lot of hard work, but there is a lot of worms inside that can. Inside this tiny little thing, it's like mechanical wires going around here. and that's why it's important. But as you practice this several times, you'll be like, oh man, why did Stein talk like 1 hour for this?
Yeah, it's time.
Yes.
Actually, it happens like that. You cannot only remember, but you have to understand before remembering anything, why
Yeah.
it is happening. So that is the main part of this system.
Yeah.
So it takes a long time.
Yeah. Loretta?
Yeah, I lost it like a map dot he said. He said for what reason he got it.
Okay. So map gives you this option. It has its limitation. We saw that we were not able to print out the name of a person using .get in age. It doesn't work backward. It works from key to value. So if you give it a key, it will give you a value. But if you give it a value, it won't give you the key. Now, to solve that problem, map gave you an option. What it does is it automatically stores all of these keys into something called key set. And it creates actually an array list for you. So there's two things going on. It created an array list called key set, has everything in it. And also created another array list called values automatically for you. And in that, it has all of these values. With me so far?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yes.
Now that
it is coupled.
we know that all our values are stored in a list called values, array list called values, and all our keys are stored in a array list called key set, then we can just get them on the fly anytime we want to, just calling those names automatically created for you. Comes as a package. So what we did here is instead of saying map, because for each loop takes a list right here, it won't take map. Map is not a list. But if you say map.keyset, now all you got is nothing but this keys right here, which is a list. But if I, instead of keyset, if I wrote values, then all of these values got pulled right here and waiting for you to use it. Did that make sense, Laura?
Mhm.
So
Yeah,
if you say
got it.
map.keyset, it's going to take all of these names, all the keys, bring it over here, waiting for you to use it. If you say map.values, it's going to take all of these values, pull it over here, and wait for you to use it. Now, the trick that we had to use in this is that we know that we can do map.get and then put a key, but we can't put a value. So what if we bring map.keys here, and this S will go through every one of those keys. First, we display the key, which is the S, which is Mike. And then second, we display map.getKey, but it doesn't really give you the key, it gives the value when we say map.getKey. So when we put map.Mike, so if I said map.Mike, which is still the same thing, it's going to do Mike. All of this is going to be like 35, 35, 35, 35. Look at this. Because it's always giving Mike's age right here, which is 35, 35, 35. But
That has been hard coded.
that will be hard coding. You don't want hard coding. But if you change this to a variable, which is this Mike first time, then Molly the second time, then Ashley the third time, because each time it's going to rotate. S is going to be Mike. Next rotation, this S is going to be Molly. Next rotation, this S is going to be Ashley. And then each time it does map.get Mike, gives the Mike stage. Map.get Molly, Molly stage. Ashley, Ashley stage.
Yes, got it. Yeah. Thank you.
Just a little getting used to on this. You won't until you write it. So make sure you write, because your hand writing coordination with your brain, that's the only way you can let it stick. Map.remove, or you can remove something. I can say map.remove Mike. Okay? I just removed Mike. And now if I wanted to print out everybody, look, second round, Mike is gone. What if I wanted to remove all? Map.clear. Everything got deleted. Print it
You
out,
don't have a at all, am I right?
like clear all. Was there one option?
I don't know. I thought I saw
No,
something. No.
just
Okay.
clear.
Clear. I think delete all or something. Or remove
Was there
all.
a remove all? Replace all. You can replace it. Don't
Okay.
want to go there
I
today.
thought I saw something all.
Yeah, but there may be an option, but I don't want to go there today. So do a clear, and then we're going to print it out. So let me just separate this out here. Run it. First, printed this, deleted Molly, printed this, and last round, printed nothing, because that's nothing in it. And I can still add one more here, down here. You could say map.put, and let's say I put Stein 70. And then if I wanted to print this out, and then separate this out with this. And just to show you that that's the difference there with this symbol. So this is the first list. Mike got removed. Nothing got printed after that, clearing everything. Then I added just me, and it printed me out. And just the list only has me. Okay. You can do all of that with this. And you need this. These are your tools that you need to use for your test automation down the road. Any question before we move into our final example, which is creating a quiz? Okay. Let's take a look at this question. Same as your
Can you
homework
put
question.
those on the chat, please?
Yes. Let me create a class. quiz example. Copying the question. Question number. I need to quickly show you this iterator thing because they do ask questions sometimes. So give me 10 minutes just to do this. Package. I just want you to watch this. Don't try to worry too much about it. Iterator example. Only for interview questions, if they even ask, which I doubt it. So what you could do, let's take a look at this. Create an iterator using any of the above array list. So suppose I have an array list. Array list, we call it string, and names. New, copy this. Hover over, import. And let's say we add a bunch of names here. Names.add JSON. And we repeat this a few times. Jill, Mike, Sean, Mindy. Okay, so we have all this in here. There is one thing that you could do is you could take these names and you could create an iterator class like this. Iterator. And same thing that you did. Instead of array list, you have this iterator. This will give you a little more option if you ever need, and then you can have the same data type that you had before, string, give it a name, whatever you want it. Generally, they give it a name of it, which is short for iterator. Instead of new, you already have these names. You can take these names, put a dot, and call it iterator. You have that option in here as well. Right there. It will take these names and convert it into this iterator and store all that in this whatever that it is. And that's going to act like that iterator and give you a lot more power to that. So if I did that, dot iterator, And I absolutely do not remember this at all every time I have to look at the code. So it's totally okay. And there's this two import option. It won't let me hover over if I zoom in. So you have to kind of see it from here. You want to go with java.util, not the other one. Now it's done. Then you're probably like, what are you trying to do with it? Well, here's the beauty of it. If you want to print all of these, you can with a while loop. And it's really simple, actually. The code is a lot less, but you have to do this line. What you do is you can just say it. You can write this word it and put a dot and say has next, this method. That's enough. It will be smart enough to just kind of look at, does it have a next one? Does it have more? Does it have more? It's going to loop around through it with its own mind. So dot has next, and then you print out everything. Sout, and you say sys out. In here, you take this it, you print out what's in that it. It dot next. So has next checks if there's another one, and then you will loop through it. And to print out, just say next, and it will just keep printing everything that's in there. So if I run it now, that's it. That's all there is to it. I never used this iterator thing. But if they ask me questions, I can tell them that, yeah, I know how to. I've seen some code in Indian guys writing. They do like this. But it's good to know that I know what they're doing. That's why I throw it in there. Any question?
Yeah, can you make it a bit smaller? Then I have the question.
Like any smaller code than this?
No, not a smaller code. I need to see all the text. Yeah, okay,
Oh,
it's nice now. So when I write the code iterator string it equals names dot iterator.
mm-hmm.
So instead of new iterator dot string, we are just writing the names. I'm talking about line 17 and relating with line 10.
Mm-hmm.
So if I don't write the code on line 10, then will it work or not?
No, it won't work.
Oh,
So
that
you
means
could do
that
this. You could do new and then create a brand new iterator. And
So it doesn't need to be instantiated.
it doesn't need to be instantiated. Why? It's because all you did is you created a variable name called it that acts like an iterator. And what you're going to keep in it is this names dot iterator, meaning you really beat this guy up to become what that iterator needs it from. And then
so
all of that junk
that is like the
is supposed to be.
so that is like the scanner dot input and then the next code.
Kind of, sort of.
Yeah.
Kind of, sort of. You're going to see some of this code later down the road that not really that I will teach you, but when you go into your company, you might see that they're taking one thing, modifying it with something, putting it somewhere, and then using that again for something. That's tomorrow's class. I will give you a little bit of an insight onto that. But with what you just did here, this it now has this option called has next, and then next. And it makes this loop much simpler. So if somebody can memorize this, just put it into Iterator and then write the loop like this, much easier for that person. Do you have to? No. You can use advanced for loop or even just regular loop to print out. Totally fine. That's all. Don't want to waste too much time on this. Let's go do this example here of this quiz example and call it a day. So this one is number 10 on that example sheet. So let me copy this question. Now let's see what it's asking me. Store 5 state and corresponding capital cities in a map. Okay, so always do it like one step at a time. Don't think about other things. So give me the code, guys. 5 states, United States, 5 states and their capital cities. So I need to store it in a map. Well, we need to create a map, right? How do we create a map?
So should we do the
Hash map. Hash map is better.
hash map?
Correct. Whenever you hear the word map, go with hash map. So hash map.
Map, angle bracket,
Good job.
string,
Correct. See, you're thinking. You have to think.
Comma.
Okay, I got state.
comma, again
String.
string, comma, again string.
Correct. And then capital city. That I want to keep it as a string type of
Angle-
data.
Angle
Good.
bracket close, then map.
And then you can say map. Correct. Next.
Equals to new hash map,
Mhm.
Angle bracket?
angle bracket, string, comma, string, angle
Do you
bracket
have to
close.
write comma string here?
No.
Not necessary. You can skip that if you want to.
Yes.
If you
And
want to
then-
write it, it won't complain either.
Right.
And then hover over import.
Yes, import.
There you go. Now you have an empty table. Now we need to put in store 5 states and capital cities. So let's do that. This goes to your social studies knowledge. So we'll do map.put. First thing is the key, which is the state. Let's call it Texas because we live here. We know capital city of Texas is
Okay.
Austin. Good. We're gonna need 5 of these, so I hope we can come up with something. I know New York is Albany. Anything else we know? Missouri, because I used to live there. Jefferson. Anybody knows any other capital cities of any other? Boston, Massachusetts. Oh, and that's gonna be hard to spell. Mind my spelling, please. Any other? Louisiana.
Arizona, Phoenix, Phoenix,
Okay.
Arkansas, Little Rock.
Very good. Arizona. Next. We got our 5, so we're good. Now that we have this, display each capital city from map and take user input of the correct state. Okay, that means you ask the user, what is the capital of Texas? So you take it from here and then say, what is the capital of Texas? And then the user will have to say Austin or whatever they answer. And then you store that, and then you choose whether it's correct, right or wrong, and give it a score. You also display right or wrong based on the answer. You keep a count of the right answers and display the final score. So each of these is like 20 points. 20, 20, 20. If you get all of them correct, it's 100. Who can spell this? I'm going to change this to Little Rock. You said Arkansas, Raju?
Mm-hmm.
Arkansas, Little,
Arkansas, Little Rock.
Little, Little Rock. Okay. These are easier to spell. And so if they get it right, you give that 20 points, and then you keep adding that 20 points and then display it. So there's a lot of work going on. I'm pretty sure your head is like spinning right now. But you have all the tools to make all this happen. And we go with baby steps first. You can't build a whole building and run the whole building concept in your head all at once. You take baby steps. So what's my next step? What do I need to do? I know I need to ask the user, get something from the user, check to see if it matches, give him a score, keep the score, don't print the score. Wait till the end after 5 questions and then say, hey, you scored it 80. We can even print out which ones you messed up, but we don't want to go there. Just keep it simple. So what's my next step? What's my next step?
This out,
Show the
Sys out.
table.
Sys out what?
this out print, then map dot gate.
Not yet.
To go for the loop.
Still not yet. We did not ask the user yet, did we? Don't we have to?
We have
Oh,
to.
map dot.
We have to input something in the console.
Correct. We have to ask the user, enter the name, the capital city of Texas. That's what we have to add. To ask the
Yeah.
user. So how do we get access to the console to ask the user?
The scanner. We have to
Correct.
create a scanner.
Scanner, we call it input. Okay.
Yes.
Equals new
Equals to new
scanner.
scanner dot
System.in.
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 Okay. And now with the import option, it gives us the capability to talk to the user.
Mm-hmm.
So
To
let's go
string.
ask the user, okay?
A variable string.
You want to store the user input, right?
Yes.
So you are creating a variable string user input, okay? And
Yes.
and you want to put an equal
Equals to-
sign, then you want to say what?
Input.
Input
Next
dot
next.
next.
Only next, as is only one word.
Okay. This will allow the user to write something, but wouldn't it be nice if we ask what they need to?
First, you have to print it. Input the capital of Texas.
Correct. So why don't we ask like this with the sysout?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Print the name of.
Or enter, just a type the capital city of, well, if I say Texas, wouldn't that be hard coding?
Yes. So Capital
Right now, let's
city.
just do hard coding, okay? Let's just do hard coding. We'll fix it a little bit later, okay?
Mhm.
Okay.
So let's just do hard coding Texas. Because we want to say Texas. We want this list to go through automatically. I don't want to have the same code over and over. Just one for Texas, one for New York, one for Missouri, one for, that's too much. We're going to be using loop to simplify things. So type the capital city of Texas. Let's just do hard coding for now. And a colon. And this is where the user is going to type in. Let's see if it works. Run it. I'm going to bring it down here. Type the capital city of Texas. And I type in AUSTIN. Works. Let's take this ln off. Run it again. Let me type here. Are we good so far?
Yeah.
This capital city, Austin, got pulled right here and saved in a temporary container called user input. Now we could immediately compare this user input with this, our list that we have, the answers, those are the solutions, and then say right or wrong immediately. Can we do that now?
We have to
Yes, we can do it.
reallocate.
Yeah, let's do it. So what type of Java do I need? Here's the user input got
You
stored.
can use if actual
Correct.
data.
Yes. Good job, Raju. So now I'm going to use this if thing that we learned before and compare and then print out saying right or wrong. So if, come on, open, close, go in here. Here's the logic right there.
If then
And
else.
user input
If-
equals actual data.
Correct. So if user input, I copy that, put it here.
Dot equals.
Dot equals,
Yeah,
ignore.
ignore case.
Correct. Always the best option. Now, all of this user input dot equals ignore case is going to compare with what you put in right here. Okay? With what you put in right here, which we would like it to compare this.
String 2.
We'd like to put Austin right here.
Yes.
Okay, now I can hard code it and say Austin. Let's just do hard code it right now, Austin.
Mhm.
And then if this matches that, we say correct. So sysout,
Your answer is correct or something like that.
your answer is correct. But if not, what do we say?
Else,
Else,
curly bracket,
curly bracket,
your answer is wrong.
sysout, your answer is wrong. Very nice. Let's try it. Make sure this piece works. So here I pull this, type the capital city of Austin. I go in here and write, let's do a correct one, AUSTIN. Hit enter. It says your answer is correct. But if I put a wrong answer, Dallas, it says your answer is wrong. We good there?
Yes.
Okay,
It's working.
working. Baby step. Now, the thing is, we're almost there. We also have to keep a score, right? we have to give it a score, meaning if this guy gets it right, we give it 20 points. So how about we create a place to put all the points? What storage do we want? What data type?
Or integer?
Integer.
Int. We don't need the wrapper class. We could use it,
Mhm.
not really needed. Don't stress the system. We could say points.
শেষের দিকে আছে আমি বলছি শেষের দিকে
And initially, you could give it a value of 0. Okay. Now, if this happens, we say your answer is correct, and we take this point and we put 20.
Points
Correct. Points
equals to
20.
plus 20.
Yes. For now, we're going to leave it like this, and I'll show you how to modify this later. So this guy got 20 points. And after we're done with this loop, can I go and print it out of this and then say
Your
It's
score
not
is
total.
20.
total points, or your score is, and then put a plus right here,
Points.
and then just say points, print out whatever you stored in that points and point it like that. So if I run this now, we'll do both scenarios. We'll do Austin first, AUSTIN. Your answer is correct. Your score is 20. Good. Second run, excuse me. I put Dallas. Your answer is wrong. That 20 did not get put into that points thing. 0 remains 0, and your score remains 0. Are we good so far?
Good.
Okay. Let's take it to the next level. This time, we want this to loop around how many times?
5 times.
Correct. Because I got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Therefore, this whole chunk of code right here has to be wrapped inside like a burrito inside that for loop. With me?
Mhm.
We just did the for loop in our previous example for the map. Tell me, here's for. Open, close, be careful here, open, close, curly braces, because all this meat and salad and dressing needs to go inside this burrito wrap, right?
Inside this curly braces, yes.
Yes. So what you would want to do is go inside this tortilla, take all this salad and meat and guacamole, pull that inside this tortilla. Okay. Now hang on a second. It's giving me an error, so I need to watch out. I may need to split some things out. Here's the thing. This scanner, this does not need to be inside the loop. Because you're creating a scanner class, you can cut this, bring it way up here, no problem. Can you tell me what else don't need to be a local deep inside here?
Type the capital city of some no.
Because we need to print this 5 times, right? We need to take this user input 5 times. But do we need to create this variable 5 times?
No.
Therefore, you have to take
Actually,
this out of here.
yep.
So I cut it out, bring it up here. and I close it, I don't put anything in it. But this guy, this
Mm.
cabinet, we leave it here
Mhm.
and then say, don't create it. This user input bucket already got created here, global, everybody can use, but just keep using that same bucket every time you get this data. It's a temporary bucket just to compare it.
Mhm.
Anything else we need to no, we really need to compare. We just need to make this dynamic, like Texas and Austin. This is hard coded. So if we can fix those two, we're going to be done. But now let's take this stuff inside this for loop. And why is it throwing so much error? Probably not a good idea to move it yet. Just hold on. You don't want to get into too many errors. Just resolve one error at a time. Just know this, we're going to move it in there. Let's fix this first. Maybe this one error is throwing all the errors.
Mhm.
So we're going to create an advanced for loop here. How are we going to do that? There's that map. There's that string. There's that thing. You can either create it with values or create it with key set. You have a choice. Do you want to go with key set? Do you want to go with values? Which one makes more sense?
Key set.
Obviously, key set. Because key set gives you more control of maybe asking for what's inside that key, which value associated with that key. Therefore, you take this string. First, you say string s, and then take the map, not the whole map, just the key set. Okay, it's going to rotate through Texas, New York, Missouri. This S is going to become Texas, New York, Missouri, Arkansas, Arizona. Okay, that's it. Any question on this loop? The error is gone, notice.
Mhm.
Now, let's see if we can finish the burrito. Or is it still going to complain? And then if it complains, we're going to have to resolve that. So I'm going to take copy all this. I'm going to cut it out. Go in here and paste it. Oh, look at this.
It's good now.
No complaints. No complaints whatsoever. So this first error was messing up other things. Therefore, do it in small chunks. Resolve one issue at a time. Well, if we run this now, what's going to happen? It's going to do it 5 times with Texas.
Can you stretch the window from both sides so we don't need to?
If I have to shrink it out, would that be visible?
No, can you stretch it more from the very end? Yes, from here.
Like that?
Oh, no.
That's the max I can go.
I
And
see.
I mean, I can go smaller here, like font size, but
We
I
can,
don't want to go too small. Is it going to be visible?
Okay, it's okay.
Is this okay?
Okay.
All right, cool.
Mhm.
So if I run this now, it's going to ask for capital city, Texas. It's going to go 5 times, by the way, with the same capital city, Texas. So let's do Austin. Look, it asked me again, type the capital city. And then it says your answer is correct. There's some technical problem here, though, but you'll see. Dallas, you're wrong. Okay, how about Austin again? Correct. Dallas, wrong. And Austin, is it ever going to end? It ended.
You said
It's
first time.
correct. There's a problem. The score, I got it right 1, 2, 3 times 20 should be 60. And 2 times is wrong. Should be giving me 60, but it's not calculating properly. What happens
We
is
have
each
to,
time it goes in here, it only stores 20. It never adds to this 20. Make sense?
Mhm.
Every time it's correct and it's going into this loop, whenever I get it right to Austin, it goes down here and it just keeps on storing 20.
It should be
So,
0 plus 20. 0 plus 20.
you're almost there. Almost there, Raju. You're thinking in the right direction. Raju's saying, why don't you take that you started with,
Points plus 20.
points plus 20. Yes. Points plus 20. If you, instead of the 0, you take this points.
It will be updated then.
So here's what happens. First time you get it right, this is 0 here. And you got
Next
that
time it
20
will be
added.
20.
This whole thing become a 20, which got stored in points. So now points is 20.
Yes.
Next round you get it right. You start with that 20, which is that points. And then you added another 20. This become a 40. That 40 got stored in the points. So this is now
Mhm.
40. Next time you get it right, you start with that point, which is 40. And then you got another plus 20 equals 60. That 60 gets stored in points again. Over and over. And yeah. So let's run this and see it. If it fixes it. You're running Austin. Got it right. Dallas. Wrong. Austin. Right. Dallas. Well, I will do one more Austin. No. One more time. This time Austin. I should get 60, yes? Enter.
Yes.
And my point 60. What if I mess up? What if I do Austin all the time?
It's 100.
I should get 100, right? There.
Mhm. But we want to break it when the answer is correct.
Yeah. So when the answer is not correct, it doesn't add anything. Right after this, in this else statement, it doesn't even go in here. It checks this condition and it says not true. So skip this step, go in here, which doesn't add any points, leaves it the way it is.
Mhm.
So we're done with points. The only last thing you need to worry about, don't keep asking me for taxes all the time. Give me maybe, Texas, New York, and all of that stuff. Okay. And that's also not that hard. Look at this. So we don't want this Texas. Instead of Texas, we can use this letter S. Can we not?
Yes. Yes, we can use that.
Because we took this key set. This whole thing is the key set. First S is Texas, second S is New York, Missouri,
Mhm.
and so forth. So if I just take that is a moving variable,
Right.
and replace this Texas with that solves our problem. So let's do that. Simplest way to do it, just take this off, delete it,
Close the comma. Yes. Plus.
press the shift button. Okay, you're gonna press and hold the shift button, and you're gonna do quote plus quote.
I see.
Okay, this is my magic. What I do is I take off what I want to take off, and if I want to inject something, always press and hold the shift button and keep it holding all the way till the end, and press double quote plus plus double quote. And then take your cursor back into that, inside those two plus signs,
Mm-hmm.
drop that letter S. Actually, there's an X right here. There. Why is it an extra? Because right when I did a quote, it automatically put two of them in there. Kind of
Mhm.
expected that I was gonna add another anyway. So, but not needed. This quote holds this colon, and this quote holds all this sentence. And this S in the middle of this is going to
It
keep
will
changing.
change. Yes, changing.
So let's see how this affects. Run it. First time. Oopsie. It asked me New York. It has its own mind. It didn't want to start with Texas first. But let's say I do Austin. It says correct. it's not correct. Anyway, next time it asks me
Text.
Texas. This time I could say Dallas wrong. Austin. So if I still do Austin for anything, it says correct. And if I don't do Austin,
It is only taking the first one, correct?
yeah. So we're almost there. We got this dynamic where it is asking for the correct one. We just have to come here and change this,
Another variable.
another variable. We're only comparing with Austin, and that's not right.
Yes.
So we need to change, get rid of this Austin, and think of a way that it's only going to compare with the right city, with the right capital city. How am I going to write that using what we learned from HashMap?
Map.get S.
Yes, absolutely. So if you just say map.get, remember this get, you get to put in whichever key and it's going to
link.
to
Yes.
that particular city or the value. So if you say map.get Arizona, it's actually going to spit out Phoenix. If you say map.get Texas, it's going to spit out Austin right here. And we have this S right there that's always moving through this Texas and New York and so forth. So if I just say map.get S, that will be Texas or whatever that is. If he decided to pull New York, this is New York, New York is going to go in there and it's going to compare with map.get New York, which is Albany. Albany is going to get compared here. Dot equals ignore case with the user input. If only the user input matches, then it's going to jump down here. Say you're correct, add this to the points and keep counting it.
Mhm.
Okay,
Mhm.
run it. It was me an error because I forgot to put the S.
Ah,
There. There's that New York. So now I better get it right. Well, let's get it wrong first. Austin.
mhm.
This
After
time
it's done.
Austin is not gonna work. It's wrong. Texas? Only Austin will work. Correct.
Correct.
Missouri? Yeah, I have to be right. Jefferson. Only Jefferson is going to give me the correct answer. Little Rock? Let's mess it up. This time I'm going to put
Yes.
Jefferson. Wrong. Arizona? Let's be correct this time. Little Rock?
So it should be 30. Oh,
Did I
no,
say
sorry. Two answer correct. Answer is correct. Answer correct. Two answer is correct. 40.
But why is Arizona? Oh, Arizona Phoenix.
Yes.
Yeah, I did get it wrong. So I got 40 points. That's not good. Let's try it again. Let's try to get 100 this time. So here's Albany. Correct. Texas.
Austin.
I have to be careful with my spelling too. Missouri Jefferson. And then Little Rock, right?
Little Rock. Yes.
Correct. Oops. Why? Arkansas, Little Rock.
One more option. It.
Type the capital city. Arizona. Oh, I hit an enter accidentally there. My bad. But why is this wrong?
Spelling is correct. LATTLAROCK.
I'm a little confused right there. I'm really honestly, this is like a ghost. Do it again. Albany. Or I'm missing something.
Mm-hmm.
Austin for Texas. Correct. Jefferson for Missouri. Correct. Arkansas. Little. Maybe I put a space accidentally.
I am thinking of that.
ROCK Rock.
Answer is wrong. Can you copy that from there?
Yeah, let's just call it a quit and do this again. Albany, Jefferson, Austin, Jefferson. We copy this.
No.
I don't know. Really, this needs further debugging. But what if I put the space out of there?
Oh, yes, because we have chosen next, not next line.
Oh, there you go. Thank you. Thank you. So it's
That is
only
why.
picking one word, not the whole. It's not even accepting the raw.
Yes.
It's very good catch, Raju. Awesome. So let me change that to the next line. So
Next line.
here, take next line. Now run it, and it will space out right here. Albany, Austin, Jefferson, and Little Rock. There you go.
Correct.
And Phoenix. I got 100 points. Awesome. Is this all good?
Yes.
Any questions so far?
No. Can you just copy the code?
Yes. Here's one thing.
Check.
You see, the points, you don't have to, but this is a little trick in your toolbox. Little fancy code. Java made a way to simplify this adding points. You're actually doing two operations here. You're taking the points, adding the 20, and then saving it in these points. Well, you wrote the points twice. Just Java is like, maybe I can make it a little bit more interesting for you. How about this? Well, because you're adding points, 20 to the points first, and then you are assigning this. So how about we get rid of this junk?
We can write points plus equals 20.
Correct. Why don't we just put a plus and then say you're going to first add the 20, and then right next to it, we're going to put an equal sign, and then say after you added whatever the result you found, save it into points. This works as well. if I just did that and still run it, it will still be correct. Albany, Austin, Jefferson, Little Rock, and Phoenix. Still get 100 points.
Mhm.
The first time it looks at it, it's like, okay, I'm only gonna do the plus. I'm gonna ignore this equal sign. I'm gonna take the points, whatever that was, add it to 20. And then next, I'm gonna ignore this plus sign and only gonna do equal sign. Equal sign means a sign. So I took that, whatever the result was, store it into these points. Both codes are the same. I'm gonna write it down here with a comment so you can see. Equals points plus 20. Copying this code to you guys. Let me know if you have any questions before we end the class today.
Not
With
for me so far.
example, good job, guys. I really liked your performance, all of yours, being very active. And I know Stanley would have been, but he has a job right now and trying to do two things. So, and because we have a very selective group of you and Chisti right now, just keep it between us. Look, I see your performance. I don't always tell this to my students, but I guarantee you, you're gonna get a job. Just 2 more months. Hang in there and learn this. I'm gonna take you there. And there's so many jobs available for you. For the right candidate, there's like so many. You can easily get multiple offers and choose from them. So please try to scrape up as much time as you can to get all this information. Learn this, practice this, be good at it, and then your job is going to be faster. If no more questions, I'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Thanks, Raju. Bye.